Welcome to Portland, Oregon, Glendoveer Golf and Tennis Club for the 2023 Portland Open presented by Latitude64. This is Tournament Central pregame. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Terry Miller. Terry, feels like I just spoke to you maybe about 40 minutes ago, wrapping up the FPO round. But now we jump to the MPO division playing this West course. Out of all the players you've talked to, what's sticking out?
Well, first of all, we're going to see that if the big bombers can really show up, if they're going to have that advantage. We talked so much in the press conference as to whether or not having that distance will come into play here this weekend. More than 10,000, more than 11 or 12,000 feet. Of course, there's going to be plenty of opportunities out there to stretch out the arm. The question will it be in the air or will it be on the ground with a roller?
Well, we talked to Simon Lizotte, and Simon seemed to think distance had a little bit of an advantage out here on this course, but he seems to really enjoy playing out here, which kind of makes sense. What do you think?
Well, and it's always a matter of Simon and kind of the similarities that we've also seen with Paige Pierce now as of late. Is he going to take the smart line? Is he going to take the conservative line, the line that's going to give him the best percentage in terms of an outcome, or is he going to take the line that's a little bit more exciting and maybe a little bit more, we'll say, crowd-pleasing? That's always the question, right?
Well, you saw the hyzer he threw last year on hole 2 over the entire crowd. That got everyone super hyped up, and I believe there's a Mando now blocking anyone from doing that. So Simon helping to aid in the course design here, maybe forcing him to go with something a little bit more straightforward. He mentioned that being a little tired and sometimes having a little bit of soreness is not bad for his game plan. I mean, obviously last year he proved that at 4 events. Do you really think he can repeat here this year?
Well, one of the big questions was even last year for himself. After he performed well at OTB, he then came to this event a few weeks later, and he then said, well, it's twice or it's luck, right? Well, he proved to himself that he could do it. He went on to have a very successful season. I don't think there's any reason he couldn't show up and perform very well this weekend. He knows what it's like to win here. He loves playing here, and I think we're all going to be in a show. And we actually caught up with Simon during the press conference. Here's what he had to say.
What I just love about this property and this course is that the greens are so different. Some greens you have thick grass that doesn't skip, so shots come in and just stick. Some you have the fairway where you get bigger skips, and then when the baskets are between the trees and like the pine straws, you get the slip and slide, lip glossy putts off of those greens. So I think it really comes down to choosing right discs for those upshots and sticking those greens because they play so differently on each different hole. I might not throw as many rollers as you see from some other guys. Like Eagle, I think, is going to throw just roller, 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 because he throws them so hard and so far with these really overstable discs that just go straight. I don't feel like I have that shot right now, so I'm going to go more in the air shots and maybe some flippier discs with some more controlled rollers.
Well, it's certainly a luxury to be able to just throw the air shot as opposed to the roller like Simon does have the luxury of doing. But what I like about this course is some players go to roller heaven here, and they have a blast doing it. I followed a practice round with James Conrad, Kevin Jones, Nate Perkins. I felt like I watched 75% rollers, and they had a blast doing so. But Simon's saying he is going for the air shot. I think that helps him out, and I think it gives him a better opportunity to play some golf this week and take down the victory as opposed to maybe doing some stuff that he might have a little bit more fun doing. Let's talk about someone who gave him a run for his money last year, and Garrett Gurthie, who seems to play very well all the time in the Pacific Northwest. Great showing last week at Beaver State Fling. Obviously, last year he had a great showing there as well. What do you think Garrett has to do if he wants to win this tournament this week?
Well, I think what that really echoes is when you go to his UDisc chart or you see his profile and it says, what's your favorite course? It's listed as Milo. Again, Pacific Northwest, just beautiful. You have a very similar vibe and a very similar feel when you're here at this course, located just 45 minutes or so away from Milo McIver. So it's a great chance for him to, again, air out big tee shots. He may not have to rely on the putter as much, or maybe he's getting that advantage. He's getting that much closer than all of his competitors because he's able to take advantage with those big, powerful drives. I'll be excited to see what he can do. And he's trending in the right direction. He's had a little bit of a slow start to the season. The last 3 or 4 events, he's been hovering right around the top 10. I'm sure he's looking to do that or improve on it even this weekend.
And I feel like every time he's towards the top, the short game is working for him. He's one of the best throwers of the disc, any speed that I think we've ever seen in the sport of disc golf. And if the putts are going in the basket, he's up towards the top no matter where he is. And what I'm excited to see, not necessarily on the West course, but the East course has so many opportunities to throw massive downhill drives. He did it last year when he almost took Simon into a playoff and made it really exciting. But I think this course is for players like Garrett Gurthie, not necessarily saying he has the most overwhelming advantage, but if you're a spectator, you come out here and you stand on Garrett Gurthie's card. That's the man that you want to watch and study all week long. So we'll just have to see how he shapes up over the weekend. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, let's take a deeper look at the Glendoveer course here in Portland, Oregon.
This is Latitude64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player, for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back to Tournament Central. Let's zoom in on the Glendoveer Golf Course and take a closer look. Let's zoom in.
Here at Glendoveer, the courses are also different, but one of the big wins in designing West this year was using some of the design characteristics that really made East special last year on West. So that means avoiding a lot of the golf infrastructure. Sometimes we use it well and creatively, and it makes some risk-reward decisions for us. But a lot of times we're playing in the giant Douglas firs in between the fairways and natural areas. We're able to take advantage of that because disc golf benefits when it uses those natural features and stays away from some of the golf infrastructure. What's beautiful here about the golf infrastructure is that it allows for large crowds. In fact, it's almost like a disc golf diorama every hole. It's like a stage that we can set and everyone can view it from the fairways. This reminds me of the Pacific Northwest. We have some elevation. We've got beautiful, huge Douglas fir trees. A couple things make me proud of this hole. This is hole 8 on the East course. The first thing I think of when I think about this hole is collaboration. I'm the lead designer on both these courses, but it's taken our entire Glendoveer design team to make this happen. You know, whether it's Brian Cole, Evan Spur, Christine Jennings, Dustin Keegan, Phil DeLone, like everybody's put in their touches and made holes better. A constant theme for the player is decision making, especially off the tee. There's multiple gaps, but not so many that you're wondering what's happening. It's a downhill gap that you could eagle if you hit it perfect, bringing more and more disc golfers from around the world to really exhibit what Pacific Northwest disc golf is about in a way that we can bring in 10,000 people.
Welcome back. Joined here by the PDGA's Hayden Henry. Hayden, it's a huge process to put on a live broadcast all over the United States, but it sounds like the PDGA has even more planned. What do they have going on?
Yeah, disc golf around the world. We're 2 weeks away from the debut of the PDGA Euro Tour on the Disc Golf Network, the Kona Piste Open. So excited to have DGN on board to broadcast 7 of those events, including the PCS Sula Open on the Elite Series, as well as the major at the European Open. So non-stop disc golf. We're getting it week in and week out over here stateside, and it's about to go, around the world.
How long does it take to form a partnership and solidify that to make even more disc golf happen on the live stage?
Yeah, the PDGA and the DGPT obviously have a great partnership going, and that has expanded to PDGA Europe, which has recently staffed up a little bit and has continued to grow their presence over there. So this has probably been in the works for over a year, and it's finally coming to fruition. 7 events, just top talent in Europe. Mr. Macbeth is over there going to play some of those, and we'll start to see over the next few weeks, players from over here trickling over as the European swing gets here.
Well, could get to a point where players from the United States can find home overseas and kind of flip-flop playing all the Euro Tour events. We're seeing Paul Macbeth doing that right now, taking a look at all these different events. We're going to take a quick commercial break here on the other side. We'll see you then.
Latitude64 boys down here. Just finished checking out the your hat, and everything is A-okay.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
My name is Garrett Gurthie, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Welcome back. Another player, another chance to win this week. Ricky Wysocki. Terry, Ricky's back. He seems to be feeling really well. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking that you couldn't wipe the smile off his face yesterday when he was in the press conference. He showed up with his trophy from last weekend, and quite frankly, I wouldn't want to try and wipe the smile off his face. He's wielding an axe. All right, let's literally walking around with an axe. So I'm not going to second guess anything that he's doing out there. He looks like he's having fun. He's got fresh legs, and I think he's ready to go.
Yeah, I think there's a level of gratitude that he's carrying with him right now, just being out here playing disc golf. And I'm guessing that helps to surface some of the love that he probably initially felt when he fell in love with this game and the competition of this game. So it's scary for the rest of the field. If he can stay healthy, I think, like he's always said, he's the best player in the game in his eyes. So if he can stay healthy, hopefully the Lyme disease stays away this weekend, we could easily see him towards the top or at the top this week. Let's hear what he had to say at the press conference.
I chopped up everybody last week here at the Cascade Challenge, and this is proof right here. It feels great. It's been a rough go, obviously, for me. It feels like I've been in the octagon battling Lyme disease all these last couple months, and it's been beating me up, and I feel like I'm finally taking it out. So I'm excited to finally be battling back. Even last week I wasn't really 100%, so I would say I'm 90. Yeah, I feel good. There's a lot of people out here I feel like this far into the season, elbows, shoulders, starting to get a lot of wear and tear. But I'm just starting to hit, to get out here and play a lot of tournaments. So I feel like I'm not at that burnout stage yet, and I feel like I'm excited to start my season.
I have to note here, you said he was wielding an axe. You weren't joking. The funny thing is, that's a Silver Series trophy. That's a silver event on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. This is a multiple-time major champion celebrating winning a silver event. And to me, that shows the gratitude that I was just talking about. There's a few other major champions that I can't really think of that would do that. That would hold such importance for an event that's so much lower in tier than the ones that he's won in the past. So obviously that has to be a superpower for him right now.
Well, certainly, and I think of other words. I think of are jovial and excitable. I mean, there's so many things that are probably going through his mind, and he talked about how, you know, when it's taken away from you, you can be so much more appreciative of being out here and being able to compete and do what you love to do, and obviously that he's so good at doing when he is feeling healthy. So he's talking about being only maybe around 90% right now. He's still not at 100%, but Ricky Wysocki, 90%, winning last weekend, that still has to feel pretty good.
Well, what I really enjoy about these Elite Plus events is the fact that we have a field that resembles almost what you'd see at a major championship. Minus maybe Paul Macbeth, who's over in Europe right now. Eagle McMahon is obviously coming ready to play. He does very well out here at these courses. He just won the Beaver State Fling. He's looking really sharp this season, and without the weapon that all the rest of the field would say was his strongest.
Yeah, and the fact that he kept everything together and he battled back after really struggling at the OTB Open. I think that was maybe one of the biggest stories. How do you go from not cashing one weekend on a relatively long, pretty wide open course to then getting a little more confined, going to some place like Milo McIver, and then taking it down with authority. So just so great to see him push through, persevere, and then come back and play the golf that we know he's all capable of doing.
And we've talked about this before, just doing commentary and commentating on Eagle McMahon, but the fact that the power sidearm is gone, I think can only serve him well, because it now forces him to get better at maybe controlling his nose angle, his wing angle, moving the disc left to right with the backhand. And that extra reps that he's getting now, it's obviously showing. The touch looks beautiful. I think it's better than it's ever looked.
Well, and I'll follow that up by saying he's not going with the power forehand in terms of long drives, but you'll still see him lean into it on the shorter shot. So when he knows that that's his best resource, so to speak, he'll use it when most applicable. But yeah, taking away from the big power forehand on the drives is something that's been quite a change for him over these last few years. But if that's going to be the part of the success or the longevity of his career, he knows that it's worth it.
We heard from Eagle earlier in the week at the press conference. He had a lot to say. Let's take a look.
It's starting to come around. Had a good finish at the major, had a close call at Jonesboro, and then a few other tournaments that I was kind of in the hunt on. But it feels like I'm starting to shake off some of the rust and kind of put it all together. So 4th place, looking at the point structure, I think 3rd, 2nd, even 1st place is still in grasp if you can play some good events. So I like where I'm at right now, and just going to take the momentum I've been kind of gaining and hopefully take it through the rest of the year. Trying not to bite off too much, but also trying to bite off a lot. Just knowing the time to attack. There's a lot of holes out here that plays well for my game, especially rollers. I think each round I'm probably throwing 5, 6, 7 rollers, and if I can get them down on the right angle, then it can be a really great advantage for me.
What I find so interesting about him saying he's going to throw 5 to 7 rollers per round, it sounds like, that's a lot of geometry, Terry. I don't know if we'd be able to handle that.
Well, and the fact that it was interesting to hear prior to hearing from Eagle during the press conference, Simon Lizotte said how he's not going to go with as many rollers, but he expects Eagle too. So the fact that they know each other's bags, the way that he can call out for that, and then Eagle pretty much backing that up, it's going to be interesting to see. I think back to seeing him at the match play event a couple of years ago out in Pennsylvania, also seeing him throw not only air shots but rollers there that were topping 500, 600, 700 feet. I think we're going to be in for a show today.
No question whatsoever. And it is interesting hearing how some players at the top are going heavy on the rollers, and some players are not even trying them. Calvin Heimburg, also another player that really is not going to try a lot of rollers despite having the power and probably the ability to do so. It just depends on how they want to golf the course, really. We're going to take one more commercial break. We're going to take a look at some scores and jump into the action on the other side of this break.
Flight's ready.
This
Is
the new
up to ice orbit. Look,
at this
very nice thing.
tingling.
And welcome back. Carter Aarons again, 8 under par, opening round. The 15-year-old from the Pacific Northwest, just playing phenomenal disc golf right now. A lot of players on his heels. Interesting that we heard earlier in the week that maybe a 4-6 was going to be a great round out here. Doesn't look like that's going to hold up anymore, huh, Terry?
No, Carter already in the clubhouse. We saw how he closed out Beaver State Fling just a couple of weeks ago, setting the course record. I believe it was a 12 under in doing so. So incredible playing from him, and he's keeping it rolling. And we're seeing Adam Hammes is sitting right now 7 under. He's got just 1 hole left to play. And again, no real big surprises there on that leaderboard that we're taking a look, but we're excited to see who else is going to go out and attack the course. But getting past that 4-6 mark, no problem.
A player that it seems like everyone uses him as a cop-out to describe how a course should be played is Calvin Heimburg. Seems like every course designer says, oh, this is going to be a Calvin course. This is a Calvin course. Do you think this is a Calvin course, so to speak?
Well, when I asked him that yesterday, he really said he felt like he could attack any course. It didn't seem to matter how he was going out and playing because he is equipped with so many resources. I mean, he has such a powerful line drive. He has such a great forehand. And then more often than not, he's making his putts. And you also don't see him get frazzled. He has a really even keel out on the course. You occasionally see him get a little bit frustrated. But Calvin Heimburg keeps it nice and even. And I think that also leads to some of his success.
He reminds me of the type of player who truly clocks in and clocks out, and then he's done with his job on the disc golf course. He's not out here throwing these miraculous highlight-worthy lines, unless 500 feet on a rope is considered highlight-worthy, but he's not here to wow the fans. Like Cat Merch, for example, he's not going to be throwing opposite-handed backhand off any tee pads. He's only focused on showing up, getting from point A to point B as fast as he possibly can, and doing it better than everybody else. And you can see that this year just by the way he speaks about his tournament play.
Well, so far he's got a 150-point advantage over everyone else on the Pro Tour. So he's jumped out to the sizable lead. He's holding on to the number 1 spot yet again. I think he's about to set a record for how many times he's been in that number 1 spot. And he's just played so consistently. He's also averaging 4th place or better. I mean, for the longest time, he didn't even finish off the podium. He only really slipped up at the major. I think he finished 16th over at the Champions Cup. Other than that, he's been so consistent throughout this entire year. It's no surprise he's got the point lead that he does.
We heard from Calvin earlier in the week at the press conference, kind of a star-studded presser that we did this week. Let's hear what he had to say.
I feel like I can attack any course that is on tour and play pretty well anywhere, but I think you have to have that mindset if you want to go out and succeed as well. I can't just like show up and be like, man, I'm going to play awful at this event. So I definitely feel like I'm capable at attacking any course that the tour throws at me. This course this week is fairly long, so distance is definitely going to be helpful. I can't really think of any like hidden strategies out on this course. It's pretty much, you know, drive. You got to drive the disc really well, and then make choices on your approaches, whether or not, you know, you're in position on some of these more technical par fours. And I guess the technicality is more due to, you know, greens and bunkers up by baskets rather than, you know, trees being in the way. I mean, there are plenty of trees that are utilized on this course, but you're gonna have to throw the disc far and, you know, maybe make some smart decisions when you're a little out of position.
We got to talk about one more player from around this area in the Pacific Northwest. Again, Cole Redolin put on a show here last year, threw some of the longest golf shots that we've ever seen on camera, and he's coming back this year. A little bit more mature, physically and mentally. He's obviously still a teenager, and I think he's really starting to grasp his job and his role as a professional disc golfer. He's really enjoying the path that he's on, and it's been a joy to watch him improve as an athlete.
Well, and the one thing that you could say about Cole is, I've said it a number of times in the booth, I feel like he's allergic to pars, right? He knows how to get birdies. In fact, he can string them together like we've seen from no other players this year. He'll put them together, but then sometimes he'll run into a bogey or a double bogey. He'll put together 14 birdies and then have 2 bogeys at the end of that. I think that's the way it went a little bit for him in Austin. So it's just a matter of mitigating, of limiting a few of those bogeys, and he'd be coming in with the hottest round time and time again.
Yeah, what's interesting is I've watched so much of Cole and I've studied his throws so much. Every now and then, the long limbs that he has, that he's probably still growing into, break up his backhand timing just a bit. He goes through some cold periods where he sprays the disc a little bit, but over time, if he continues and keeps at it, it's going to be scary because, like you said, he already knows how to birdie, and he's not afraid to go for some crazy shots. We just watched the putt that he hit earlier this year at the OTB Open, just a phenomenal death putt. He's not afraid, and the thing that I like about him is he's very thoughtful about his life, and he's already forward-thinking and taking into consideration his success as a professional disc golfer. That's already been visualized for him, so it's just a joy to listen to, and we're watching him and Gannon Berg kind of set a new standard for players at that age.
Well, a few of the words that jump out: young, aggressive, and then thoughtful. Those don't usually all kind of coincide when you're talking about a young up-and-coming superstar. And you just mentioned Gannon Burr, clearly a student of the game. He has so much that he has to offer in terms of what he's taking in, what he's playing, but then also what he's exuding when he's out there and on the course, and then how he can relate that and talk about it to everyone else is very impressive.
I can't think about myself at age 17 behaving the way that he is, so we have to commend him for that, and it's really impressive to watch for many reasons. But we have to talk about someone that came off a big Elite Series win recently, Emerson Keith, winning at the OTB Open and kind of shocking the world after kind of an inconsistent early season. Is he going to be able to repeat this week?
Well, it was funny. When I spoke with him yesterday, he was going out for a practice round, and he had said to me, he goes, "Man, this course is long." He goes, "I thought OTB was long. This course is really long." So he knows what the challenge is in front of him, and then he kind of said, well, I did it there. There's no reason why I can't do it again. So he knows that he doesn't have the longest arm in the group. He certainly isn't going to be the shortest arm on the course either, but he knows that some of these other players will have an advantage. I feel like he kind of mirrored what Jen Allen was talking about in saying, yeah, the long-distance throwers have an advantage. They maybe can screw up on a shot or two that the rest of us can't, but he knows he can go out there and get it done. So I'll be excited to see what he can do.
Well, the thing is, yeah, he's not throwing as far as Anthony Barella, but pound for pound, he's one of the longest throwers in the entire world. We used to give that title to Manabu Kajiyama from Japan when he was coming over here more often, but Emerson can easily push 500 feet. I followed very closely behind him at the OTB. He was flipping these discs up, these 13-speed drivers, and pushing them through headwinds farther than the rest of his cart. I think if the wind stays down, I think he's going to have a very good chance of repeating and keeping the confidence that he gained from the OTB win. But again, this field is so deep, and this course, it causes a lot of trouble for players. So we'll just have to see. Action is coming up just around the corner. Tournament Central is wrapping up. I'm Brian Earhart. He is Terry Miller. Terry, it's time for you to go to work.
We'll see you out there.
Welcome back to the Portland Open. Let's make some noise!
Beautiful property, great shapes, the trees are amazing, you know, it's just an awesome facility. Something that's really accessible for the whole community, and so I love what they've done with the place as a disc golf course. Obviously the game's evolving and we need bigger pieces of land to work with to really showcase what these players can do, and this is a great place for that.
Portland, I love you!
And welcome into the City of Roses for the first round of the Portland Open presented by Latitude64. We have 2 amazing courses to watch over 4 days on this beautiful Glendoveer property. Who hits the hole shot for the day 1 lead? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Philo, let's watch some disc golf. And here are your current condition. It is another beautiful day in the Pacific Northwest. It has been these last 3 weeks. Beaver State flying up to the Cascade Challenge. We're back to Portland again. It has been fantastic. And we are jumping right into the action. Corey Ellis, birdie putt. And a very nice start for Corey Ellis. And welcome into the booth at Glendoveer. I am Ian Anderson, sitting next to Major Champion Philo Brathwaite. My man, congratulations, man.
Thank you, Ian.
So,
Appreciate it,
so
brother.
happy for you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Long career. It's nice to get one in there.
Yeah, it's a great one to add on to the resume. We have had a number of exciting finishes in Portland and Oregon as a whole. Let's take a look back at all these awesome finishes we've watched over the years. Stretching back almost a decade, man.
Absolutely.
The first one, though.
Whoa.
Maybe happened just last week.
Sneaky out here on me. Come on, man, guys.
We got a little sneaky on you. Walk us through, Philo. This is the playoff hole, right?
That was the one, man. Cale LaVisca won the coin flip, teed off first. That's where he ended up, and I had this little routine warm-up length putt to seal the deal.
Ooh. And
Not
nice
too much
payout,
stress.
too.
Yeah, man. Cale and I go back a long, long ways,
Oh,
man. If
man.
you ever heard of the One True Rock story before, Cale's the guy who gave it to me.
Really?
Yeah, back in 2010 when
man.
I got my first tour win out in Colorado.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it's a lot of history between Cale and I. Obviously, he's an amazing competitor, has been for many, many years. And, yeah, totally a treat and an honor to compete against him. And no other, exciting finishes in Portland. Let's get back to what's happening here. We'll talk about that later. Another
Roll it
time.
for us, man. Oh, man. I think we're going to start back in, it's back in 2014. Paul needed that putt to push playoff. The Rick was parked, and then it all fell apart for Rick on hole 7. Hole 5 of the playoff with that tree hit. And then Paul had this left for the win. One of the most amazing worlds there ever was.
Absolutely. That was an amazing Worlds,
Yeah.
man. Just so much drama.
And Eagle on 18 had that for the win. It dribbled out the back, pushed playoff with Gibson, and it didn't last long. I believe Eagle might have rolled OB off the tee on 1. And then last year,
More
this
drama.
was flip-flopping back and forth down the stretch. We could not believe this finish. Philo.
No doubt. It was kind of one of those things we were,
Yeah.
this is it right here, double G,
Yeah.
one play to seal the deal, and then he follows Simon Lizotte out of bounds himself and had a putt to maybe keep the dream alive. Tried to throw that thing in there, floaty, no do, and Simon Lizotte, defending champion here in Portland.
And Nate Doss debuting his beer, Tour Its Luck, this weekend. It was a collab with Simon.
Absolutely.
I like that.
They are in the house, man. Bevel Brewing is here if you're in town and haven't had an opportunity.
I went and got me a DOS hug. Got both of them over there. Val, ready to pop in a couple months here. Ricky, coming off the Cascade Challenge. You like his chances, Philo?
Of course.
Out of Gainesville, Florida. Put your hands together for Garrett Gurthie.
Another man with just as good a chance as anyone out here in this field, Double G. Got plenty of tools in the bag to tackle this type of course.
Talk about your shot shape here on one, Philo.
Oh boy, this is a nasty one, man. This is a tough way to start. Blind landing zone. A lot of guys playing this nice smooth Anheuser looking shot. Plenty of room to work with on the right. Just kind of want to avoid that thrower action right there.
OB left.
There is OB out there to the left. And unfortunately, that was a cut roll out of bounds for Garrett Gurthie. The tough thing to judge here is that crossing wind. It's going to be blowing from their left to right, so it's going to help the Anheuser. So it's a very touchy tee shot.
And we're looking at a healthy Ricky Wysocki for the first time this year, Philo.
Yeah, he said he's feeling really good right now. About as good as he could be feeling after battling Lyme disease.
And a healthy Ricky feels like the favorite, but there's a lot of great talent out here.
A lot of sharks in the sea.
Just flat enough to get that slide instead of the cut roll.
Put your hands together for Albert.
You like the Bazooka's chances on a long course like this.
You would like a Bazooka's chances on a long course. This guy's got a bunch of shot shapes available to him. Really good with the flick and the backhand. Can get pretty hot from circle 2 from time to time as well, and you're going to need some of that out here.
His Achilles heel has been that circle 1, though. Hopefully he can find the stroke.
He's got to keep turning in. Oh, didn't commit to the Anheuser enough for the Bazooka, and
rounding out
well out of bounds.
Glendoveer, Czech Republic, Jakub Semerad.
Your Euro Tour champion, Jakub Semerad. Runner-up at the Sula Open last year to Barsby.
That holds on. That's money.
Yeah, I think he's hit this nicely.
Oh, yeah. Center cut fairway.
Well, let's check out one more look at this Semerad bomb. Not a big man, but he throws far, Philo.
Certainly does. You don't have to be big to throw far. It's all about timing. Putting the right move on the right kind of disc. Jakub really had that one dialed in.
Yeah, hit that angle just perfectly.
I imagine it helps to get to watch a few drives first, you know, see what's happening out there, see how the wind's affecting the angle of attack, the speed.
Honestly, great point, man.
Monkey see, monkey do sometimes, you know, and you see a good shot, you follow it, you see a bad one, you can make an adjustment.
And let's check out our UDisc powered course close up on the Glendoveer West course. We'll be playing this the first 2 days of this Elite Plus event, designed by our man Jeff Spring.
Jeff Spring!
The big boss man. Also a fantastic course designer, had his hand on Glendoveer last year as well. He's done Smugs. And
absolutely.
A couple others as well. Adding on that resume.
Yeah, this par 63, stretching these guys out over 10,000 feet, closing in on 11,000 feet. It definitely is slightly more open than the East. I would agree with less elevation changes, but man, there's some shots out here that really make you make some decisions. You know what I mean? How aggressive are you going to play? That looks like it's right there, but there is danger looming just in front of a lot of these baskets. Very protected greens over here on the west.
That's one right there, actually.
Number 4 is,
hole
yeah.
4. Yeah, you can think about it.
Eagleable, you know. I think the play for some of these guys I can throw far once they get there is to throw it beyond the basket. Don't try to park it. Get it out there in circle 2 and take your chances on the putting.
Shouts to 15-year-old Carter Aarons with the eagle today.
That kid's playing out of his brain, isn't he?
Yeah. He took a break on camera, but
that happens.
Adjusting to playing on camera takes a minute. Speaking of Carter, there you go. Tied for first and in the house.
Incredible, man. course record a few weeks ago over at Beaver State Fling, and right back in the mix early here at the Portland Open. Very awesome round. 15-year-old, man. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, he birdied 4 of the last 5 down the stretch, and that's not an easy one. Adam Hammis birdied the last 4.
That's a good stretch.
To get that 8 down.
Absolutely. There's a couple of tight ones coming down the home stretch here on the west side.
Gurthie throwing 3. Philo, does he run this really guarded green?
Oh, man, he's going to have to throw a perfect shot because it is very protected up here by the green. All kinds of hazards. Unfortunately, a little bit tug there for Double G. Going to have a tricky up and down. It should be okay.
Yep. The unforced layup, if you will.
He's past or close enough to everything. He should be pretty comfortable with that upshot.
Yeah, definitely. Wysocki lining up a second. Hole 1, the 4th most difficult on the track today.
That's really
0.13 over par.
Really about that tee shot too, man. It's you can't get yourself in position here on hole 1. You may as well just lay up for the par.
I really thought, looking at the whole map, I thought it would be this second shot here would be where the meat of it was.
That's
But
got to keep pushing.
that
There
tee
we
shot
go.
is tough.
Okay, Ricky Wysocki inside circle 1 runs it a little bit long. Have a bit of a tailwind putt blowing over his right shoulder.
And a nice angle to putt, actually. There's nothing on the far side for Rick there.
Not out of bounds, but it does slope. The basket's on a bit of a mogul, so
Yeah.
if you sky it, mail, go sailing past the bucket, you're going to add a few extra feet. Albert Tom getting his meter inbounds.
See what he does with his third.
Also exceptional with the sidearm. He could try something similar as Ricky Wysocki there, kind of do the bump and run off the ball golf green and get himself a circle 1 look. Very clean release from Albert. Let's check the finish. Coming up a little short into the hazard for Albert, so he's going to have back-to-back OB strokes.
Putting for 5.
Putting for 5.
And I believe that's circle 2 as well.
Oof.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day, man. Yeah, it's a monster, dude.
Yeah.
It's a monster. You got to throw a very good shot off the tee to give yourself a really nice look at this green. You get off the grid, off to the right. Yeah, you might be safe, but you're going to have all those trees, all those hazard bunkers out there in front of you to contend with. Fairway center, fairway left is ideal, but so hard to get fairway left without testing that OB line.
Yakub had a fantastic drive. Let's see if he can take advantage.
Yeah, he's got all the angles from this position in the fairway. Opting for sidearm here. Gonna need to get down in a hurry. Oh, that's a good check bounce there for Yakub. Well inside circle 1. Birdie putt coming up.
Semirad in business. And let's check out how your points break down at the different Pro Tour events. As an Elite Plus is right up there with your majors and your playoffs, Philo. This is big time, man.
Big time, yeah. Big week for the fellows out here. Obviously, the points really do come into play right around this time of season. All these guys trying to get into that playoff. Top 32 players. Could make a big move this weekend.
Yeah.
If you're one of those guys that's just outside the bubble struggling, this could be a big week for you.
Everybody's trying to chase down Calvin Heimburg, who's got iron grip on that first place, man.
He's so far out ahead right now.
Yeah,
he could take a couple of weeks off and still be comfortable, I'm sure.
An approach on 1. That was Gurthie.
That was.
Should salvage bogey after the OB drive. We've got Tom in circle 2 as he walks through this hazard lie and a putt for 5. I like our 2 feature cards. We got half Euros, half Americans.
It's a good thing to see, man. It's
Yeah.
nice to have these guys over here. They've definitely earned their position on tour. These guys are all playing solid disc golf. They should get some camera time.
Definitely. Might even consider laying this up, honestly. Yeah.
Good call there, Ian.
Yeah.
Smart play there from Albert.
OB long there, mounded green. Wysocki walking to a birdie look.
Absolutely, that's
You
out
do.
of bounds.
That's OB. You'll take a meter in, Rick. And your Cascade Challenge champion continues.
Back to work, baby.
Mm-hmm. A healthy Rick's a scary Rick for the field. He was in straight up shark mode last week, Philo. You know?
When
He was-
Ricky's hunting, man, he's
Yeah.
just as dangerous as anyone, man. It makes you think of how Paul Macbeth used to hunt people down back in the day. Very similar.
It is, isn't it? He's kind of
Very
putting the pressure
similar,
on
yep.
now. Semerad with a nice putt and a great start. A quick break on the network. Back to the action in just a few.
Hey, I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim.
You have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
Here we go. So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah. Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket. You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
An important part of getting a PDGA membership is helping grow the game. Membership dollars are used to bolster competition of all levels, from local C-tiers to majors. Tools like Digital Scorecard and Tournament Manager help events run seamlessly. Your PDGA membership also gives you access to Disc Golf Network coverage for select events and a 50% discount to their full coverage package. Help grow the sport and get started today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Should have brought some snacks.
I got you.
Ah!
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh, Karen, do you know where hole 17 is?
I got you!
Is that a compass? Karen, why do you have this?
Ethan, just help me. We gotta get this set up.
Okay.
It's getting dark.
Hey, can I get a flight tray?
Sure.
Flight's ready.
This is Latitude64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
And welcome back to the full screen action. You just watched drives on 2. Next up, Tom. Ricky looks to be about pin high left. I'd call that a maybe 70-footer. Garrett looks like he might have rolled that into circle 2. Although marked is on the fairway currently. Semerad caught a very early tree. He'll be scrambling for par as Tom drives.
That's one way to bounce back, isn't it?
That is buttery.
Very nice.
Looking to erase one of those bogey strokes on one. Gossage. Hole 7. What's the shot shape here, Philo?
Well, you got a couple options. You got a middle flex, or you kind of got a late fade out there on the right side. Goose going down the middle, going for the flex shot. Ooh, this could be really nice. That super late fade is what you need. There's an out-of-bounds screen and a hazard lurking down there.
Yeah, it's
beautiful looking play.
10 feet from the pin, that hazard.
Definitely inside circle 1.
Yeah. And there is that start for Gossage. Started 4 for 4. Picked up a couple pars and looks like he'll probably have a birdie putt on 7. Semerad throwing 2 on 2. This is very wide.
Yeah, it does. Had plenty of space out there. Maybe give it a hair too much respect. Long putt coming up for Jakub.
Yeah. But hold on to that bogey from hole 1. Oh, now the Gossage putt for birdie after that drive.
Wow, I thought he would have been a bit closer than that. Looked like that had a super late fade.
So this is a 475-foot par 3.
It is playing downhill, though. Drops off pretty solid after you get over the crest. Oh, Goose.
Big time.
Super solid. It might be one of those weekends, ladies and gentlemen. I have a feeling this is going to be a crazy race, man.
Your scores. We're going to take a quick break on the network. Your featured card on the other side. We'll catch you there.
Yes, it's an escape. And yes, it is lucid plastic. It is ice lucid plastic. And it's orbit all at the same time. Just look at this shot from a cave. Get yours pretty soon, June the 15th, or at Emporia during the Dynamic Lizotte.
Hi, I'm Innova Team Captain Nate Sexton. Welcome to our Instructional Disc Golf Series. Maybe even bank over to the right, and that's going to give the putt loft. Slight flex line, so you'll see this come out a little bit higher to give you a variety of different shot shapes. The farthest away player should go first towards the basket.
The Portland Open is brought to you by Latitude64, when quality matters. Gossage, T of 8. He saw that big putt on 7.
.632 feet
on a par 3?
On a par 3.
Oh boy.
And if you're going to make a mistake, that is the direction you want to make it in, Ian. You do not want to go early left. Here on 8, there's one Mando that's, I don't know, right around circle 2.
Uh-huh.
Can't miss that.
Back on 2, the Wysocki drive was OB, throwing 3.
Oh.
That will be a bogey, which unfortunately erases that birdie on 1.
Yep. A little bit of a roller coaster start.
Yep. Tom hoping to do the opposite after his drive.
To the 2023 Portland Open presented by Latitude64. We are out here at Glendoveer Golf Course getting the first round of the MPO division. And here we have featured the feature card. Everybody make some noise! Up first on the tee out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Put your hands together for Simon Lizotte.
Oh, yeah.
This is sent.
Big time. I think he got all of that, Ian.
Oh, my goodness.
That unraveled out of that long anhyzer, which means that was all of the glide out of that disc.
Calvin Heimburg.
That's looking pretty tasty as well. Solid.
Up next on the tee, out of Hillsboro, Oregon, Glendoveer Cole Rodale.
Hometown kid getting some love. Got that thing swinging from left to right. A little bit early, but knurls in there nicely. Center cut fairway, a little further back than he'd like to be.
All the way from Borås, Sweden. Give it up for Linus Carlson.
Linus also putting a nice move on this opening drive, safely in the fairway. See what he does with that.
Let's check out this patented smash for Simon Lizotte. just hitting the distance line perfectly.
You said it, man. He put all the pieces together on this drive. Nice, smooth release. Beautiful angle. Look at this ride.
This is like 60 to 80 feet farther than anybody else, maybe more.
He's got a chip shot into the green, I believe, from where he's at in the fairway.
And a huge thanks to our friends at Sunstein, sponsoring the patented moment of the day. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com. Take care of you. Patent, trademark, copyright, NFT, home of winning intellectual property. As the pure spirit of Portland cruises into view, we pop over to Gurthie on 3. Shouts to my man Tom Rapp for all those beautiful scenics we've been watching all day.
Not bad for Double G.
Yeah.
Looks like he's inside circle 1.
Gossage, second on 8. Wait, we already watched this shot. We'll show you the second here shortly. We're grabbing that one. There have been 2 2s on 8 so far today.
You said it was Brody Smith and DJ
Kevin Jones.
Yep,
Oh,
DJ
Reed Frescura joining the crew.
Wow, lefty caught it.
Here's the real Gossage second shot on 8. That swings in there for a par. Back to Garrett Gurthie on hole 3 for birdie.
Oh,
that's too close to miss. And he wasn't missing any of those last year at Portland, Philo.
Yeah, nor was he just a few weeks ago. He was putting pretty dang solid.
Yeah. Back on 1, Radalin throwing 2.
All right.
Not the worst tree.
Nope. Favorable tree kick there. Saved him some distance.
Carlson second now.
Really trying to swing this around the side door. Oh, come on. Couple more rolls. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Out of bounds for Linus. Should be right around the edge of circle for his par putt. Makeable.
There was the par drop in. Solid 3 after the drive. And losing streaks to only 3 people in the field. Back on 1, Heimburg. He's got a mid-range approach for Calvin.
Beautiful shape from Calvin. Just off the bullseye inside circle 1, looks like, with that finish. Good opportunity here for Calvin to get things rolling.
I like Calvin's aiming point on that. You know, kind of the most room for error in that
Absolutely.
short right section.
If you're going to make a miss, make it on the right side of that green.
Gossage on 9. Flexing the forehand through the double Mando. It's one of the more wooded holes, hole 9. Back on 1, Lizotte after a monster drive. You'd love to see him capitalize.
Oh, he's got to. This is just a little chip shot for Simon. Going for this classic Anheuser kind of approach in there. There we go. Right up there close to Calvin Heimburg's play. Just a hair short, but nothing Simon can't handle.
There you can see all the danger surrounding one's green. The golf green, and I mean, look where Ricky landed his approach. He didn't have much left before that got in the hazard.
He did not. It's a really skinny window out there on the wide side playing the bump and run. Got to really trust yourself when you're playing that shot. You just saw what happened to Linus Carlson. Obviously had the right idea, hung it out there just a bit too much, ran out of speed at the wrong place, and he's picking up an extra stroke.
Radalin.
Bit of a tester here for Cole.
Yep.
Can't get too aggressive here on this putt. There is some out of bounds possibilities with some rollaways or a blow by. It's a good pace.
Yeah. Seems like the wind may be picking up out here. If I
Yeah, I was going to say that, man. Earlier in the day, it was kind of gray and a little stale out here. I'm pretty sure it was harder for the earlier starters to put a move on the disc with the dense air, kind of cool and damp. But yeah, right around 1 o'clock, the sky started to open up, and these later finishers are getting a treat to some sunshine and some warmer temperatures, but along with it comes a bit of breeze.
Heimburg looks like a tailwind putt, maybe a little left to right on this birdie look. Tailwind smash there, maybe?
He just never got his hand into the window. That looked a little shy out of Calvin Heimburg's hand.
Carlson, the second, stayed on the green. OB has this left for par.
Clutch putt there to start the round for Linus.
That one could have snowballed. That was a really nice make.
Absolutely. Well, you saw him in the fairway shaking his head, questioning how he'd let something like that slip through his fingers, but job done there to salvage.
Simon with the drive of the tourney on 1 for birdie.
No problem there for Mr. Lizotte. Picking right back up where he left off here last season. Nice and smooth. That was a back-to-back win for Simon, wasn't it? Just taking down the OTB, isn't that what happened?
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
He was playing on a heater right around that stretch.
Yeah, this happened before Beaver State Fling last year.
That's true.
Gurthie had his redemption tournament, the Fling, after letting Portland slip through the fingers. Let's check out Philo's Philosophy, brought to you by BlackInkDisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Yeah. Distance plus accuracy with some rollers mixed in there. I think you're going to see a bit of that this weekend. Obviously, a lot of these guys can throw the disc pretty accurately both directions, sidearm, backhand. Really going to come into play this weekend. You're going to need pretty much all the tools. I think the bonus of this tournament is going to be what happens around Circle 2, because I think these Circle 2 makes are going to be the separators this week. I think you got to average 8 to 9 under. Last year, Simon Lizotte total score was 34 under. Pretty similar, the two courses, in my opinion. They're not too big of a difference. They both have some difficult spots, but you're going to need to get out of here 8, 9 under and look at what's in the clubhouse right now, 8. So I think you're going to need at least 3. You might be able to have one of those rounds where you slip up a little bit, but then you're going to have to recover and try to balance that out with a 10 or an 11 somewhere, which is totally possible out here.
Yeah, no,
totally
it definitely
possible.
is. The birdies are there with these arms. Gossage on hole 9. It's a birdie look in circle 2 for Aaron.
Ran out of steam for the goose. Scraping up par.
Mekala, hole 10 for birdie. Oh, he pours in the birdie.
Big putt for the Finn.
He's been doing that lately.
Trying to stay alive out there.
Back to your featured card and your turning champion, Simon, on the tee of 2.
This is a tough shot, Ian. We saw what Albert did. If you have that option, I would definitely throw it if you can control it. This gap down the middle is tight, low ceiling. Got to commit. That's a beautiful shape there from Simon Lizotte. Right around circle's edge.
We saw Garrett lay down a pretty nice roller on this one.
Roller's not a bad option. There's plenty of land out there to the left if you can get that thing down early.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is that low ceiling on the left side.
It is. You got to have one of those really flippy discs. It's not a sky roller type of shot. You got to throw that thing on a nice low burning kind of rollover angle and just let the disc do the work.
Heimburg laces it up the fairway. How's the stability?
Oh yeah, here it comes. Side door.
Yeah.
Right off the bullseye for Calvin Heimburg. I think that one's too close to miss.
I am with you, sir.
Let that first one slip through. Didn't get enough juice on it. Right inside circle 1 for Heimburg. Cole Radalin.
That's that same line.
Powers
rope.
through, absolutely. Look at these. They make 460 look pretty easy, don't they?
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. If you stood on this tee pad, you would see this from a whole nother perspective. That is not an easy shot, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why you got to come watch these guys in person, man. It
Have
really
to.
puts into perspective. Tom.
Linus sending it out
Oh,
there.
thank you.
Yep. A little
Carlson.
shy out there in the fairway, just shy of circle 2.
So we're going to head to hole 4. Here is Albert Tom, excuse me. Oh,
There
this
we
is a
go.
sketchy approach here, Philo.
It is. He's going to have to play a really good bump and run off of that green. Again, you can throw it just a smidgen long. If you did your homework and did your practice, you should know that.
Yeah, exactly. Long and slightly left.
Just a hair. You don't have to get super conservative. Just kind of aim to bump and run off the back right corner. There we go. Let's see if it has the right touch. Beautiful anticipation there from Albert Tom. Green flag. Well done.
Nicely done. A birdie there will erase his early double on hole 1. Gossage, tee of 10.
Ooh, you heard that early tree from the goose. Taking all the steam off of that play.
Was a roller play, Philo?
He was going for that's an
Yeah.
aggressive shot because there is OB that runs up the right side of that fairway.
Back to 4 for Wysocki. Rick even on the day.
Giving it a beautiful bid. Ricky Wysocki, OB's on the bullseyes on here, north and south to this basket. East and west, you got a bit more room. Ricky Wysocki dropping dimes on the basket.
Rick will be back under par after that. Finds home. Carlson gives it a long bid.
Coming up a little short, but smart play there.
Semerad with a birdie putt on hole 4.
Spins it home.
He sure does. Simon back on hole 2, putting for birdie, just a step out into circle 2.
This is a bonus right here. Blows by on the right side.
The air ball from Lizotte.
Pretty
Surprising,
rare.
Yeah.
Rare sighting.
Rodalin. It's a birdie look, also circle 2. It is getting windy out there. Look at that flanner back there behind the basket. And that one, I look like it got a little lift from that left to right.
It got hung up. It did.
Yeah.
I bet he was anticipating a drop, a little bit of a crossing tail breeze, but sometimes they kind of just hang up there a little bit.
We're going to check in with a third member of our broadcast team. Terry Miller, you on the ground. Terry, it really looks like the wind's starting to pick up. Can you feel it?
Yeah, guys, I was comparing it to this morning's round, thinking that we saw nothing more than 3 to 5 miles per hour, and it's at least double that right now today. So it's going to be much more of a factor this afternoon.
And Simon will have to factor that in as he looks at this comeback par putt. Solid putt math there.
Got to make those, man.
Yes, you do. That will keep Simon at 1 down through 2 now. Heimburg. What a drive. Heimburg joining his friend Simon at 1 down through 2. Rodalin a par putt. And Carlson will drop in par as we swing ahead to Tom, putting for birdie on 4.
Beautiful.
Double
Great
bogey
recovery.
officially
Yeah,
erased.
no
Philo.
doubt, man.
You'd love to see that, man.
Absolutely. That a way to battle through some adversity early on. Get those
Gossage.
early jitters out.
Yeah. So hard to do sometimes. Second on 10 for Gossage. He had a tree hit on the roller.
He's got a long way to climb that hill. This is absolutely going to end up being a par unless if he throws one in.
Yeah, you're totally
hard
right.
to get all the way up the hill when you're so far back and there's just a low canopy the whole way up there.
Yeah, it's a big climb on that second shot.
It is. You got to get out into the open.
Wysocki, tee of 5. What are we doing here, sir?
This is an option. I don't have this place, so I'm not really looking at it. Most guys are going to go to some kind of a hyzer flip, but Ricky Wysocki with enough speed to give himself a circle 2 look.
So what were you looking at on that tee shot? Kind of a flex backhand, or what is it?
More like a late flipping backhand.
Okay.
There's plenty of space up on the left side. That Mando tree's out there about 200 feet. Shouldn't really get in the way too much. Aiming left anyway. That's where all the airspace is. Get it up there and want to crest that hill, make that thing slide to the right, and get in that zone right up where Ricky Wysocki was, 30-footer or something like that. It's a good look.
Heimburg now on the tee of 3. I think there's something like 16 or 17 Mandos on this course, Philo.
There's a bunch.
Should make Simon Lizotte happy.
Calvin Heimburg catching some cabbage up in the tree, beating him down. Probably still in the fairway for Calvin.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Lizotte?
Not surprised to see most of the competitors here playing for the high hyzer gap for the righty backhand thrower. Simon taking the low route against the crosswind, playing the skip. Okay. Looks like he shot it about pin high.
Circle 2.
Putting directly into the wind.
Oh, good point. That's like a left to right headwind putt.
It's going to be interesting.
It sure
Elevated
is.
baskets are never fun to putt at when it gets breezy.
Radalin. Pretty solid, Philo.
Well, I saw what he was going for, man. You got to keep in mind the wind's really going to try to hold up any hyzer, even if you go over stable. Once that thing catches ground and gets a skip, that flight plate's going to get exposed, and you're getting like air slammed basically. So these guys are trying to, throw something with a really sharp edge and get left. There's obviously those trees to avoid, and hard to do when you got the wind to fight against. Hard to be accurate.
Carlson.
Gobbled up.
Yeah.
Man, you can see it. Just
the grass and the wind there.
I bet you all of these guys played the higher gap. It's a little fair, but with the wind blowing, it's going to push you out there, and you're not going to make the left turn back to the target. So I see what they're playing for. There is some very sticky grass in that shade. Not very low cut. It's definitely rough.
Birdie putt for Wysocki on hole 5.
This green does slope. You can see it in the background, and it runs. Got to be careful here. All right, does well to sit.
I thought Rick was about to run that one home.
See some raptor legs early, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Gossage on 10, his 3rd. And wanting just an easy par. Over to the Corey Ellis scorecard. 6 down through the first 11.
Yeah, there's plenty of birdies to get into the clubhouse out there in front of him. Nice little stretch of holes out there. He can make a move and find himself in the clubhouse as the leader. Definitely one of the guys I got a star on the profile. Keeping an eye on Corey Ellis this round. This type of course really sets up to his strengths.
Heimburg, as he called, in the fairway for his 2nd. Honest effort from Heimburg, but peters out about pin high.
Cole Radalin out there in the same range. Hasn't quite made it to the green. See that blue flag just to the right of him.
Tried to float that in. Should turn into a par. Carlson. Let's see how aggressive he gets on this elevated pin. Looking at a crosswind putt.
Slight cross. It's actually very heady. Kind of does blow kind of this northwestern flow towards the southeast. So it does kind of blow on an angle out here. Not enough gas in that one for Linus Carlson. Good line.
Over to Tom. Birdie putt.
All right. Albert Tom coming alive here after the double bogey on one. 3 birdies in his last 4 holes. Good to see. Oh.
Simon. Almost makes it work from circle 2.
That'd have been 2 really bonus birdies right here early on outside circle 1, shallow circle 2. Wind starting to pick up here this afternoon. There's those putts are going to count a little extra today, man. They're going to feel like they do anyway.
Heimburg pushed his birdie bit a little long, coming back for par. Heimburg gets the job done there. Simon for par. Rodalin. And Carlson will clean up next. And they're on their way to the easiest hole on the course. On hole 10, Conrad for birdie.
Long man.
James had an incredible start at the Cascade Challenge last week and
Yeah, he
shot
did.
14 down on that course.
Insane.
Ridiculous. Nearly 1,100 rated.
He was feeling right at home, I'm sure.
Yeah. That man hits caps. Wysocki tee is 6. Good looking tee shot from Rick. Oh, look at that bump.
He rode every. Ooh, you have no idea how good that is, Ian. Have you been out there? Do you know where that is?
Yeah, that is
a massive pump, ladies and gentlemen. That gives him an opportunity to get on top of that hill in 2 shots.
Yeah, Rick ridiculous right there.
Nice one.
Thanks, man.
Still 2 names at the top in the clubhouse. Adam Hammis, Carter Aarons. 8 down, solid. I think that's the number you're going to need.
And look at James Proctor.
Right there,
Per
man.
the usual. Right
there. Having a fantastic year. Corey Ellis just past the halfway mark, 6 under. Austin Hannum playing some strong golf today, 6 under through 12. Obviously, we've been keeping it up with the Goose, and he's playing strong.
Oh, we've got a Nate Sexton shot for you. Throwing 2 on 17. Great recovery shot there for a drop in.
Which one is that, my man?
That is Mount St. Helens.
That's right.
Yeah.
That peak is missing 4,000 feet of rock.
My parents have hiked to that old peak, man.
Insane.
Before it blew up.
Wow.
Another little fact, man. And Nate Sexton has cash in 122 straight major elite or silver events. All the way back in 2008.
Wow.
My goodness.
That's insane.
That's about when you started playing pro?
Yeah, 2 years before that.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Stumptown was Beaver State Fling before it was Beaver State Fling, if you didn't know, right?
Yeah. Heimburg. Tee of 4. Decision time. Run the green or lay up short.
Oh, he put the full send on it. Let's see how the finish is for Calvin. Come on, stick. Oh, no. If that trickles OB, he's headed to the drop zone. All out-of-bounds drives go directly to the drop zone. Kind of be unfair for these guys with the long arm to just sail it up there and take an easy 3.
Take a putt for birdie,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
That'd be kind of silly. So I like the decision of all shots out of bounds to the drop zone here at hole 4.
There's got to be some risk to the reward.
Absolutely.
Lizotte going for it as well.
Does he get the stick? Oh, that was the move right there. Simon Lizotte. Don't bump your head for an eagle, buddy.
Bullseye. That was awesome.
That was insane.
That's a big statement shot. Simon, it's going to be 3 down through 4. Rodalin can't lay up after watching those two, can you, with his arm?
I highly doubt he would. I mean, these guys all play so aggressive. Oh, this is looking really nice as well, Ian. How about the finish?
Let's see if it stays on the hill. No. Oh,
yep,
it does.
Yep. He did the right play there. He ran it just a hair long, right into circle 2. That was a smart play there from Cole. Very, very smart, savvy play from the young man.
Carlson now.
Linus has no problem throwing the disc that far, opting to check this thing up, play for the birdie. Try to get something going.
Let's check out this spicy drive from our man Simon Lizotte. The drop-in eagle. Huge thanks to the Halal guys sponsoring our spicy moment of the day. Go check them out if you haven't had them in a while. 100% delicious.
That was 100% perfect there from Simon Lizotte.
God, my goodness.
A little bump and run into the bullseye area for Simon. That'll take a little bit of pressure off the shoulders.
That's only going to be the second 2 of the day on that one.
I'm not surprised, man. It's a tough shot. It's very sticky landing zone. We're talking, what, 30, not even 25 feet north to south on the green by the basket.
Carlson's second.
Very touchy approach into the green. Got to have enough speed to get off. Oh, well, he's going to get a mark there. Putt for par, but unfortunate for Linus Carlson to find himself out of bounds.
Yeah. James Conrad, T of 11.
Got to have tunnel vision here at hole 11, ladies and gentlemen. There are no other options really but straight. This man is one of the best in the world at that play. This is looking fantastic. That's just fine. That is just fine. You get a birdie putt here at 11, you did something right.
Back to 6 for Wysocki after that monster tee shot. That was interesting.
A little less than he'd like there for Ricky Wysocki. That looked like a bit of an early release, but still pretty decent to get most of the way up the hill.
Heimburg at the drop zone back on 4. That's a par coming his way.
Yeah, no job. No stress there for Calvin.
Terry, I'm told you might have a Simon Karma story for us.
Yeah, guys, he's off to a great start, as you see, and setting himself up for the eagle. Moments before he teed off, it was asked if he could get a picture with a huge fan. Little kid, maybe 6 or 8 years old at most, was just beside himself that he got a high five and a picture with his favorite, Simon Lizotte. It's all paying off here.
What a guy, man. What a cool story, Terry. Love that. What a time to be a fan of disc golf, Philo.
Telling me, man.
Yeah. Radalin.
Things are getting real interesting.
Eagle bid for Hillsborough's finest. Airmail there for Radalin. At least it's a birdie. Carlson walks to a par putt.
Inside circle 1, but putting directly towards the pond. Bit of a death putt if you get a little nervous here. Got to draw a medal.
Yeah.
Very nice putt there from Linus Carlson. Didn't waste any time. Sets, fires, hits.
Simon even popped into the booth before his round. Was he congratulating you on your Masters?
He did, man. Yeah. It's been nice to get the, congratulations from the fellas, man. That's kind of one of the things you really look forward to, It's like that respect from your fellow competitors. They all know how much it means to get a W at a major, no matter how old you are.
That field was stacked, man.
Yeah, it was. There was some gamers out there.
Radalin in for birdie. Heimburg, this for par. Calvin, what the? Unexpected bogey at a Heimburg as Simon grabs 3 strokes on him right there.
I wonder if something's up with Calvin. I don't know, man. Never know.
It's hard to be perfect. It's a Disc golf, a game of imperfection. Unfortunately, Gossage on 11. You saw the tee shot from Conrad earlier. This is following those vapor trails.
That misses. All right, well, still a putt. Circle 2. He misses that one. He's in business.
Yeah. Back to 6 for Rick, throwing 3.
Smash from Rick.
See how he just matched the grade of the slope perfectly?
That's what you got to do. Ricky Wysocki inside circle 1. Nice recovery.
Yeah, it was.
Most people don't have that in the game.
You saw the drive from Conrad. Here's the birdie look. Just a step or so into circle 2. Their circle 2 putting from James last week was phenomenal.
Oh, burns that one over too much for Conrad. Sends it off the right side. Lizotte.
Tee of 5.
Going for the hyzer flip. Is it going to flip enough? It's trying, Ian. It's going to be a little bit high up on the hill. Downhill putt for Simon Lizotte. Somewhere out there in circle 2 towards the back edge of it.
Terry's got a good look at it. What do you give how many feet on that putt there for Simon, Terry?
Yeah, I'd give it about 60 feet. The problem is he has this huge tree directly between him and the basket, so it's going to be a blind downhill putt. It'll be interesting.
Oh, interesting. Thank you, Terry. That looked clean from our perspective. Radalin.
Oh, this is making the right move. All right. It's an uphill putt for Cole somewhere out there in circle 2. Should feel pretty comfortable about that. Got to give it a nice aggressive bid when you got that backdrop like that.
Carlson. Linus, all pars through 4 holes.
What a line from Linus.
Yeah.
I didn't see that cap. He went straight left, dragging that slow Anheuser all the way back in there, and he was circles edge-ish.
Yeah, about where Rick was.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Linus is a very strong putter, man. Once he gets those wheels rolling, he starts knocking them in bunches.
Heimburg. We'll see how he bounces back from that missed putt on hole 4.
Going to that fairway driver, playing the inside line.
Oh,
Catches one of those trees. All right, a little 170-foot up shot for Calvin Heimburg coming up, scraping up another par.
Wow, you called that exactly. 180 feet, is that what you said? We just got our Bushnell reading. That was ridiculous. Gossage.
Goose.
Wow. Big make from Aaron.
Big 50-foot putt there.
That's a clean 6.
Hey, man, grab a couple more.
Yeah, he's right there.
Yes, he is.
Carlson. Oh, Semirada on 6, excuse me.
Go home. Ooh. Jakub, man, that kid's got some game.
He sure does. And Gossage now on the tee of 12 after hitting the big one on 11. Doesn't like that.
Didn't like that, nope.
And Wysocki putting for birdie.
Count it.
Heimburg, 180 left. Should be good enough, but
in between the circle and the basket.
After the last putt, you'd rather not.
Yeah, you don't want to have to use the putter when you're missing those circle 1 bids, that's for sure. Want to put that thing right on the pole, dude, and keep the putter in the bag.
Wing Coes shot down the fairway, catching that slow-mo for Jomez. Carlson. Looks like fairway, Philo.
Ooh, shorter than I thought. Does well to dunk it right under the bucket. No putt left for Linus.
Yeah, he had an 86-footer on that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought that got a little more progression.
I did too. I thought he was right about that 45-foot look. It's tough to catch distance perspective.
Yeah,
with
for sure.
The zoom angle and whatnot.
No doubt.
Looking down at Radalin and Simon. see what Simon does from the top of the hill. As Terry mentioned, this tree.
Honestly, man, both options could be a mistake, could happen. You know, the Heiser could catch an edge and roll. The Anheuser could stay in the air and just cruise out. So it's extremely touchy here for Simon Lizotte. Ooh.
Flashes chains on a great looking bid.
It was perfect height as it crossed the basket line. Looked like he was just shy of connecting.
In circle 1 for his comeback par.
All right, uphill putt. Shouldn't stress him out too much.
Swinging over to Redolin next. Cole in circle 2 for his birdie bid. Chance to grab a stroke on the card, not to be for Redolin. Heimburg walks to a birdie putt, or sorry, par putt in circle 1.
That's better.
Hell was about to freeze over if he missed that one.
No doubt. Starting to wonder if something's up with Calvin.
Lizotte in for par. Redolin the same. And will be followed by Carlson par. They are on their way to the next. Jumping ahead to Gossage on hole 12, throwing 2.
Oh, boy, that's going to be interesting.
He is.
Might be blocked out there for Aaron Gossage.
Well in circle 2. Wysocki, tee is 7.
Rick opting for the Heiser line. Want to dip right under that tree and get turning left in a hurry.
Circle 2.
All right.
Sketchy run, though.
It is. There's OB right
Just
there.
Right off your screen is the
Right.
hazard, yeah. Gossage for par from circle 2. Oh, this kind of kicked to a nice spot, didn't it?
It did. He's got an open look. I thought he was going to be buried back there. Juice converts. Yes, sir.
Keeping it clean.
There you go, man. Those circle 2 putts, dude.
Yeah, you're right, huh?
Doesn't matter if it's for birdie or for par. I think those are going to be the difference maker this week. Absolutely.
Simon, now on the tee of 6. Should see a big shot here from the German.
Licking his chops on this tee pad. There we go. Gets it over. That should fade back with that crossing tailwind. And beautiful play there from Simon Lizotte. Right about the same distance as we saw from Rick.
Yeah, it's that start of that short grass.
Yep, right at the start of the ball golf fairway. Really sets you up. If you come up short of that, I imagine it's going to be very difficult to get up on top without a roller.
Redolin can throw just as far, honestly.
Nice clean hyzer to flip there for Cole Redolin in business.
Portland was a tournament where we kind of learned how ridiculous Cole is.
True story.
He threw like, I want to say that drive was like 650 late in the round there.
True.
Yeah.
Kind of like that double G bomb at Beaver State, like just jaw dropping. Wait a second, what did he just do?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Carlson with a nice looking spin.
That's clean. Not quite the move the other fellas put on it, but safe in the fairway.
Heimburg.
Oof. All right, that drags off the fairway a little bit there for Calvin Heimburg up the left side in the shade.
We are going to swing over to the Goat Hill Goat, Cody Kirkland, hole 10.
Run that in there, Cody. All right.
Kirkland back to even. A quick break on the network. Back to the action in just a few.
Whale sacks are a unique grip accessory, handmade in the USA by fellow disc golfers like you. If you own a disc golf store, run a league, club, or tournament, whale sacks are the perfect addition to your players' packs, CTP prizes, or product to offer your customers. A portion of every sale is donated to Save the Whales. For wholesale pricing, visit whalesacks.com/bulk to get yours. It's time to join the Whale Club.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Underway is the second shot from Rodalin on 6.
Perfect. All the way up on top. Flat footing. Be able to see the basket. That's going to be a routine birdie, I believe, for Cole. That's right, buddy.
Terry, I've told you chatted with Cole a little bit. What do you got for us there?
Yeah, just before the round, I asked him what he was most looking forward to, and he said, I'm just excited to be playing here in front of my home state. I'm from about an hour from here, and he goes, I know that whether I'm throwing good or bad, I'm going to have plenty of cheers from the gallery, and he's really excited to perform in front of them.
That's awesome, Terry. He's playing well so far. Cole sitting 1 down through 5. Not quite Simon's pace. He's 3 down through 5. Throwing 2 on 6 now. Roller from Simon? Yeah.
Ooh, that needs to stand up in a hurry, though.
Sure does.
That looked like it came down on too much of a
cut angle.
Cut angle, yeah. That thing's kind of headed up there towards.
There's OB left, but it doesn't come into play until right around where the pin is. So Simon's probably safe.
Should be a green flag. Out of position for angle, but distance shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. He's marked us off the fairway after 2 throws. Thanks to all our UDIS scorers out there. Wysocki with a birdie putt.
Whew. That was close.
Yeah, we mentioned that scary angle for Ricky, and it's a rare sight when you see Ricky be conservative with a putt.
It is true, man. He's such an aggressive putter. Usually don't see him do anything to take speed off. That time making a smart decision, make sure he keeps that thing in safe territory.
And Rick would go on to drop in that par on hole 7, keeping him 2 under. Speaking of Wysocki, we have it. Oh yeah, just at the Cascade Challenge. Entered the final round, a couple back of James Conrad, but man, he was putting the pressure on, Vilo.
That's what he does, man. He does not ever back off the gas pedal. Ricky Wysocki is just one of those guys that just keeps on charging. Never quits believing any moment it could be his.
Hit some incredible putts through some incredible drives. Just what you expect out of this man. Here he has an 18 to lock it up. Didn't even need the birdie to finish, but might as well.
Why not? Play it all the way out, man.
Shouts to Scott, who also played it all the way out. He hit like a 70-foot putt on 18. It was either for solo second or third. Really impressive.
It's a big weekend for Matt Bell, too, huh?
Oh, he got second. That's what it was.
Came up from like fourth card, was it?
I think it was
fifth
the
card?
fifth card. Yeah.
Climbing out of obscurity. Just,
yeah.
Wow.
Fired off a 12 down that final round. Wysocki here on 8.
Okay.
This is going.
There's that Mando. He's got to stay. Looks like he just made it inside.
That was
Circle
huge.
2, birdie putt.
600 feet right there.
That's a mash.
It's downhill, but still. Back to 6 for Simon, throwing 3.
Needs that to come back. All right.
Circle 2.
Opportunity here for Simon Lizotte.
Yeah.
Not out of it yet.
Wonder if he was thinking eagle with that roller second. You know, otherwise I don't see the
risk reward.
Yeah, exactly.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. Maybe he was trying to push the envelope there a little bit. See if he can put a little extra pressure. Give himself a little bump up the leaderboard early.
Carlson now.
Not a bad place to take a stab at it, honestly. Just missed the angle on the drop.
Carlson 350 to the pin. Thrower.
Big time thrower, and this is danger. Wow. Oh, almost saved there by a stake. Unfortunately, out of bounds for Linus Carlson. I question that play.
I wonder what he was doing, Philo.
I'm not sure, man. I don't really see the roll. I mean, I do see it, but that's like one of those really flippy kind of roller disc shots. You don't go over stable on a play like that.
Not up the hill, no.
Not uphill and not into a crosswind.
Redolin. Cole 309 to the pin.
Oh, he leaked that one early, man. That's going way left for Cole Redolin. I'd like to see a tighter up shot for Cole.
Yeah. Garrett Gurthie. T of 8. You just saw the drive from Wysocki here.
That's that same driver he was throwing at Beaver State Fling. Super glidey. I imagine we'll see a bunch of hyzer. There it is. Trying to stand it up, get it to ride.
Oh my goodness,
Beautiful
Philo.
shape there from Double G. Is it going to have the right distance and angle into the green?
That's pin high, though.
It is pin high. Circle 2 lit there for Double G. Garrett Gurthie showing him how to make a move.
Conrad with a birdie look on 13. That's on the pole, bottom of the bucket. How's James doing right now?
He's hanging around.
It's 5 down through 12 is James Conrad. That was hole 12, excuse us. There's a Heimburg approach back on 6.
Flat start here for Heimburg, huh?
Yeah, he was 291 to the pin there and would like to be closer. He's in circle 2, putting for birdie. Now hole 13 with Gossage.
I'd say this is the most important drive on the whole course right here, Ian. Aaron Gossage playing for position. I like that play.
That is a nice position, isn't it?
Yeah, man. If you give yourself a look down that tunnel, I mean, it's a really tough pickup here.
Talk about what they're working on that second shot there.
Whew, yeah.
Right? Why that
you
first shot
gotta
is so
get
important.
so far down the fairway and off to the right to even have a chance to make birdie there. It's such a difficult shot because of the way that the ground goes down and comes back up, and you got these low limbs hanging down in the middle of the fairway. It's such a tough shot.
Let's watch James drive. on that hole 13.
Oh, yeah, he's giving this full send. Needs to get this way down there. That's 2 left.
Is it? Yeah.
You want it more right, ideally. Got that mandatory down there you got to stay right of. Out to the left just takes you right out of position if you're trying to make 3.
Carlson, the thriller went way long and left. That was his 5th. He will have that left for bogey. Simon's in circle 2 for this birdie bid.
At it, baby.
Massive make from Lizotte.
That was right around that 50-foot range for Lizotte.
Yes.
He saw the wind blowing those limbs around right in front of him. Great read there from Simon Lizotte to match that speed and angle.
Thanks to Zuka for rolling back this replay.
Oh, yeah.
The trees dancing in the air. I did not like his chances, Philo.
Hey, man, defending champion. He knows how to put a move on that putter.
He does. One of your better wind putters, too, I guess. Huh?
True, and he's got the right move for it. He's not a standard hyzer putter like a lot of guys tend to be. Really likes to turn that nose over just a little bit and drag out that glide.
Heimburg, also in circle 2, putting up for birdie. Off the face mask.
Short again.
Heimburg will stick at even on the day through 6.
I just don't see the pop out of Heimburg today in the putting realm, you know? Like, the drives are looking okay, and that putter just seems a little soft out of his hand.
Bredalin for birdie.
Cole sends it home. Nice straddle out.
Carlson for bogey. And you saw the drive from Wysocki on hole 8. Rick looking for the 6th birdie of the day.
Give him some raptor legs, Rick. Come on now. That's definitely a birdie worthy of some raptor legs. Ricky Wysocki carding one of the very rare birdies out here on hole 8.
Hopefully we can see some more raptor legs on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
Meet Pure, the most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
Hey, I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim. You have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
There you go.
Then we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh, yeah.
Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket. You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Simon Lizotte, T of 7. Taking a really high route here.
Yeah, he's trying to go over that tree to beat, spike it in side door. And there it is. Gonna get a little forward roll as well. Ooh. Simon Lizotte. I think that's on the bullseye, dude.
Was it really?
That's what that looked like to me.
Radalin next on 7's tee. Radalin needs to get down. There's OB left. Terry, what happened to that Radalin drive? Did that just get gobbled up by the tree? And I'd also love to get filled on by Lizotte.
I'll start with Simon. He's arced. He is just outside the bullseye, as you were calling for there, Philo. And it looks like Radalin was, in fact, hung up way back. The other ones are going to be in good position, but not for Radalin.
The Heimburg drive is looking fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Making minis with Simon Lizotte.
Somebody's closer maybe there.
No doubt.
We just got range for Radalin. He's up 150 out. Gurthie on 9.
Well, this is a receptive green for some speed. Throw it hard and straight. Not an issue for Double G inside the circle.
That was a rope.
That was lovely.
Gossage throwing 3 on 13. This is a ridiculous par 4, Philo.
It is, man. You got to throw a really, really good shot off the tee if you want birdie here. That landing zone is super small if you want to have a clean look to the target. I mean, you might be able to get away with a little bit of a miss, but you still got to progress the fairway a long ways to even have a chance.
Wysocki.
Oh, that's another one for Rick. Just barely off the mark. Everything but in for Rick. Beautiful line, great pace.
That was a head on 9. It'll turn into a par for Wysocki. He'll stick at 3 under on the day. Radalin, 150 left.
That's a touchy 150.
Yeah, downhill. Hazard left.
He's waving at it to get down, and it does. Just in time for Cole. Ooh.
That should clean up par. Jumping ahead to Conrad. Long look at par. Flashes basket that will turn into James's first bogey of the day. Over there on 13, Semerad. That's a nice birdie putt on hole 9 from circle 2.
Gets him back under par. Got to keep fighting out there.
His putt looks a little different than it did last year.
A little bit, you know. Guys make some tweaks here and there.
Gurthie with a nice putt on 9.
Here we go, trying to bounce back. Slow start for Double G, but plenty of golf left.
And Carlson. That was a birdie putt on the pole low.
Yeah, he short-armed that one, Ian.
Yeah.
Never gave it a chance.
Look at this drive from Simon. Drops in another birdie.
Ooh, I tried to jump out there.
He is 5 down through 7 holes now.
That's excellent for a defending champion to come back.
And Heimburg was closer.
Just barely, but
those are
fantastic. 2 different ways of getting there. You know, Simon took the high route, Calvin took the low route. Those were the 2 lines. I did not see the Simon line up and over everything. That's just silliness. I was definitely looking at that Calvin line as the optimal line to get down in there for a birdie. Low tight, get that late fade, avoid all those OBs. No OB out to the right, so really take your chances that way.
Let's check out Simon's win last year. This is on the finishing hole 18, Simon's drive. He was running the green from here. Unfortunately, this leaks right, finds the OB. And then really all Garrett had to do, Philo, is just chip it up there.
Yeah, he got a little aggressive himself, really trying to make life easy on himself and just kind of gave it the old yankaroo. OB, man, red flag, and hard to get up and down from where he was. Missed that putt. Simon Lizotte walks up, taps it in, and game over.
G, gracious in defeat as always.
Absolutely.
Jeff Spring and Sam Gaddis right there behind Simon.
And as always, the excellent and epic Portland Galleries, always showing up strong, making a bunch of noise.
VIP tickets are already sold out Saturday and Sunday.
I'm not surprised, man. It should be a fantastic weekend if you're in town.
Simon now takes a tee of 8. See if he can find the rare birdie. Oh boy,
Going
Philo.
for the flex, gonna need to hustle back. Should get him right around circle 2, maybe just inside. There we go, halfway between 1 and 2.
That's about the best we see anyway.
It's hard to get all the way in there, man. It's, you really don't want to challenge that mandatory at all. You don't even want that thing anywhere near that mando tree.
Yeah.
Calvin Heimburg taking the hot line, going over stable. This is going to drag out there to the right and not come back.
I took a look at all of our birdies real quick.
Yes, sir.
Only one of them from inside the circle.
Who was that?
Tristan Tanner.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was edge of circle
Edge
one,
of circle
27-footer.
So, yeah, it's a tough place to get to.
Yeah.
Even with the downhill, the crosswind starting to pick up. You can see the flag blowing the opposite direction as the disc is traveling.
Radalin.
That was so smooth, man.
He is that personified.
Super smooth.
A little short of pin high, but a long look at birdie and a clean one. Barella throwing 2 on 13. He's
Get
at
out
the
of here.
Mando
No,
tree?
he didn't. Get through all of that somehow. All right. All right. Got away with one there. Totally set up. Just a little bit inside on that release, but made good progression. That could have kicked some trees and gone places.
Wow. Wysocki. Rick on the tee of 10.
I think this is the right shot for the hole right here, Ian Anderson. Ricky Wysocki perfectly set up to attack the green.
What's the second shot looking like from there?
Mid-range play. This is maybe one of the few times you'll even get to throw one all weekend is on that approach into the green.
Barella for only the 6th birdie of the day on hole 13.
All the way up there in circle 1 with that slightly offline second shot.
And AB had a horrible start to the day, but
telling me
since then,
turning things around, young Anthony Barella. Early on here in Portland, Adam Hammis, Carter Aarons out in front in the clubhouse watching. James Proctor once again not far behind, 1 stick off the pace. A couple of other notable players out there. The Goose has been loose 6 through 13 along with Isaac Robinson, earlier winner this year at a major Champions Cup.
speaking of Gossage, tee of 14.
Okay, he's clean through the first gap. Does he have enough push to get all? Ooh, yeah, he does. Aaron Gossage, baby, in business. Looking for another birdie.
Back to Carlson.
Such a technical shot up there on 14.
Carlson throwing 2 on this very long par 3. Let's see what we got a distance for Carlson. 280 to the pin. Ooh.
Leaving that one out there a ways too, 50 feet away. A little misfire once again from Linus.
Yeah, but a little loose. Carlson just 1 over on the day so far. Heimburg. And circle 2, putting for birdie. This would be a nice bonus bird.
Indeed it would, and Calvin could certainly use one. Not enough pop there for Calvin. Was tracking for a moment, runs out of steam. Jakub up ahead on hole 10. No, not 10. That's 8.
Yep, second shot on 10.
10,
You got
you're
it.
right, you're right. Oh, yeah.
And he's into circle 2.
There you
Maybe-
go.
Oh, circle 1.
Oh,
I think.
yeah.
Huh,
he,
yeah.
He got in there.
He sure did.
Late sneak around those trees.
Redalin for 2. "95-foot putt for Cole. And wind having its way with that one. And back to Rick on 10.
Couldn't drop a disc in a better spot here at hole 10. Perfectly in the fairway. Nice fair hyzer gap. Trying to follow Jakob's line, and that looks like that dried up a hair short. Maybe caught one of those last trees. They're right on the edge of circle 1, so maybe a straddle opportunity there for Ricky Wysocki.
Back to everyone's favorite German. It's a birdie putt in circle 2.
Just off the mark for Simon Lizotte. Surfing the rim on the left side, right off the bullseye. Hash, so pretty routine tap in coming up for Lizotte.
That would have been, I would imagine, an unprecedented turkey.
Yeah.
A 6, 7, 8 is a stretch.
Yeah. Strokes on folks, man. Big time.
Carlson coming back for par.
Solid putt there from Linus.
Yep.
Easy to lose focus on those 6-7 meter putts. Get a little loose, slide out. Simon Lizotte in that par.
That was a bogey for Carlson, excuse me. We missed his long par attempt.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Redalin in for par. Heimburg in for par. Swinging ahead to Aaron Gossage on 14.
Wow, what a drive, man.
That was his drive.
Insane drive from the Goose, man. Inside circle 1, uphill, no problem. 2 steps off the bullseye. Wow, he's playing good today.
He really is. A clean 6th. Actually, a clean 7.
That
isn't it?
should get him to 7,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Through 14, got a 50% birdie rate.
Trying to track down the fellas in the clubhouse, sipping on some, whatever they're sipping on. I know one guy's sipping on Coca-Colas or something, right?
Yes, yeah, like Aaron's, yeah, 15-year-old, yeah. Hamas might be old enough to grab some Bevel.
Might have a little
beers over
Bevel,
there.
yep.
Yeah.
Hanging out in the beer garden.
We are going to fly this double Mando hole 9, Philo.
Yeah, this is a very receptive green. I said that earlier. It's kind of a burn it in there and just kind of let the ground take the steam off of it. Obviously, you got that mandatory double Mando you got to pay attention to, but all this space is right in the middle. No reason to be goofing around with this hole, getting cute with it. Throw it hard, throw it straight. Hit those trees you can see right around circle's edge.
Was your eye seeing the flex play or more just that straight up the gut line?
Kind of straight up the gut, hang it out there on the right side, just kind of power it straight out there. Obviously, there's that one where the red basket was, the ladies' basket. There's those trees. You missed that on the right. Should, you know, this grass is super sticky right here. Should kill all the speed. Be aggressive here. That's the name of the game.
Looks like your gallery and feature card have reached the tee.
We saw how Double G went at it. Real, you know, straight flying mid-range. Just
Yeah.
cruised it on in there. Just a little baby flex here on that right side gap should work nicely.
Simon leaving that wide and kicking wider.
Early release.
Yeah, there is no OB left for Simon to worry about. So, up and down par. That's what Simon has drawn up now. Heimburg next.
Going to his favorite fairway driver, looks like. Catches one of those trees to beat on the way into the green. Out there in the fairway for Calvin.
Radalin.
All right, that might have helped him out a little bit there.
I don't think there's any might about it.
Wow. A little tree direction there for Cole Radalin. Gets himself inside circle one and a birdie opportunity.
How about that?
That was looking high, no doubt, out the gate.
It really was. Tom. It's a birdie putt from circle two.
Attaboy, Albert. A little bit of a par stretch there, but nice birdie pickup at hole 10.
Gossage now on the tee of 15.
This is such an important drive here, Ian. Throwing into that kind of heading crossing wind should really accelerate your right turn, which is what you need here. You need to get as far right as you can. Really opens up the second shot. Hyzer flip away for Gossage. That's dropping a little too fast.
It's kind of thrower likely.
It's a good 150 feet to clear the gap, so you definitely want to make sure you get out there first and don't add that shape too early.
Emerson Keith on 17. Coming off the win at the OTB Open.
Great shot there from Emerson Keith. Backside of the spine, inside circle one. How do you do?
That's a big time shot over OB. Wysocki. It's a birdie putt. Hole 10 finds home.
It's better than we thought from that angle. We saw the disc coming into the green for Wysocki.
That's
no
right.
problem there, converting that into a birdie.
And Semerad.
Yeah, he's going to be a couple steps closer. Solid.
Flicks that one in.
Nice little back-to-back there's for Jakub.
And back to Simon here on hole 9. Simon 210 to the pin.
That's right there. No problem. Maybe he was trying to throw that in. He was over there taking practice swings like it didn't do what he wanted.
A little backstop, he might as well, maybe.
Maybe,
Yeah.
why not? He's got some of the best touch in the game. One of the best from that range, that 200 foot, straight as an arrow.
Radalin, tee of 11.
That's Wysocki, my man.
Oh, Wysocki, thanks, man.
Here we
Losing
go.
it.
Ricky Wysocki playing the tunnel vision hole and just offline, just a hair left. I like what he was playing for. Calvin
Heimburg.
out there in the fairway.
Gave it a go.
Nothing doing for Calvin today. It's been a slow round.
Yeah, just one down. We'll be through the first 9. Semerad on 11.
Yeah, he might have got through.
I think it did the job. Simon for par.
Not a problem. Should be 3 pars and a tap in for Cole Radalin. There we go, tap in birdie. Little tree love never hurts.
Carlson walking to his par putt. It's nice up and down from about 200 for Carlson. And back over to Gossage on 15. Thoughts?
Layup. Guess he was out of position, didn't like it, can't see the basket. I think he was too far back, and I think my initial reaction, what we saw on the tee-pad, was accurate. Yep. Didn't get that to glide enough, just kind of dropped once it got out there.
And Emerson Keith with the birdie on 17. He's Alden Harris on the card as well.
That's a really good birdie.
That is a very good birdie, yeah. Looking down as your gallery and feature card. And in case you forgot, Emerson Keith at the OTB Open. Oh. Emerson great on both sides. Showing you the forehand shots here, though.
You just never know when it's going to be your week, Ian. You know, that's the beauty of all sports. You know, that's why we show up to play, is to have one of these days be yours. Emerson Keith really putting the pieces together later on in this tournament. Made a nice charge. Throwing a bunch of high-quality shots, giving himself opportunities all around that difficult long track.
And you love his putt in the wind, too.
He's got one of those moves. Yeah. Yes, sir. He's got the move that works in the wind, those little cut putts.
Man, what a big win for Emerson.
Massive win for anybody. Doesn't matter if you're a guy who wins all the time or a guy who's been searching for one his whole career. It's nice to pick one up on an elite series. Lots of respect comes your way from picking up a tour win like that.
Radalin on 10.
Oh, that's beautiful. Fantastic.
Looks like Simon is up next.
Going to the cut roller, Simon Lizotte. All right. He's going to make the Mando. Not a problem, but that certainly doesn't help, Ian.
Terry, what do you think about that spot where Simon ended up? Is birdie still possible?
Yeah, he might be able to throw something to, I mean, distance-wise, it's definitely possible, but getting caught up so early is going to have to make him reach into his bag of tricks to get up to the basket. Wow, I'm working on it, boys.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate that. That is
Calvin Heimburg, solid rip. Absolutely in position. A little bit wider than ideal, but made nice progression.
Carlson now. Still looking to get off the schneid is Linus.
Yeah, a couple over par for Carlson. He's really going to need to turn it up here on the back nine.
I'm just glad someone rescued him from that boat he was stuck on.
What are you talking about?
You see the commercial with it where he drops the boat motor in the water?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about something real life, not a commercial.
Sorry.
I was like, what are you talking about?
That was a bit of a throwback there. Wysocki. This is hole 11. That's a birdie putt.
Yeah, sends it around the outside, ensuring the par.
Gossage on 15, throwing 3.
Layup for par. Smart once you get out of position. Goose taking a soft bid. Inside circle 1 putt coming up.
It makes sense on 15 to not risk it with that. It's kind of a peninsula green.
You have to throw the right shot and be in position to attack that green. You're not attacking from anywhere on the fairway on 15.
Semerad.
Ooh, just comes up a little short.
Looking down at your feature card as they make their way up the fairway. Terry, we're seeing Calvin looks a little out of sorts. Any insight there?
I was talking to him before the round, and he saw me as we were walking up to the first tee, and he said, "Oh, you're following, huh?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, what if we play bad?" I said, "I'm going to follow you anyway." So either way, we knew that Calvin Heimburg was ready to go for this round, but he was concerned that I would take off if the play wasn't good from the whole card. And it seems like he's the only one dragging him down right now.
It kind of is a little bit. Thank you, Terry, as Carlson gets that one in beautifully.
There we go. There's a bullseye drop in for Carl. So
yeah.
He's going to have one less bogey on the scorecard.
Better late than never.
He races it
Yeah.
anyway.
Austin Hannum on 17. We just saw a drive here from Emerson Keith.
Strong round for Austin Hannum so far. 7 down, trying to get it to 8, tie those guys up in the clubhouse. Does make it safe, but out there at the edge of circle 2, up the hill on the mogul for Austin Hannum. A lot of rollaway potentials there, more than likely just a layup for par.
Yep.
Corbett.
Radalin throwing 2 on 10.
Asking for some fortune there. I don't know if he's going to get it.
No.
Tried to swing it around the outside. Bit of a miss there. Let's see what Simon Lizotte's got. He's off the fairway just a little bit from where you'd like to be. All right, he's got a little something there. I kind of like the sidearm swing being freer, more free. Get that full range of motion.
And he already made the Mando off the tee, right?
Yes, he did. The Mando's behind him and to the left. Now it's just a matter of getting a good swing and finding a line he can attack.
That might putt. Terry, love to get your thoughts there after that Simon approach. Is he blocked by that tree, or might we see a birdie?
No, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. He's past the little clump. He's about a step inside the circle. Wide open birdie look.
Oh, you love it. Over to the other side of the fairway we go for Heimburg. Throwing 2.
There you go. Calvin Heimburg playing a little bump and run.
That'll get Calvin a 2 down on the day. Gossage on 15 for par.
Keeping things clean, Aaron Gossage making the right decisions at the right time. This is one of those holes that could really punish you if you do something silly. Smart play there from Aaron Gossage.
Back on 12, Wysocki on the tee.
I actually do think this is the best line to get in there. Ricky Wysocki just missed it. Needed that to drag over about 2 more feet. Would have been perfect.
Yep.
Work to do for Rick.
On 17, Hannum wanting nothing to do with this birdie bid.
Smart as well.
Yeah. He will drop
It's really
in
not
that
worth
par.
it.
He'll keep Hannum at 7 down. There's another layup. And Radalin back on 10.
Another long birdie putt coming up. And again, swings it wide. Hasn't really connected with one of those long ones yet, has he?
I don't think so. Let's check. Yeah, he's got just the one make from circle 2 back on hole 6. Nothing really even edge of circle in circle 1 either.
Simon Lizotte to get that birdie. That's a scramble birdie right there for Simon Lizotte. Kind of got a little loose with the tee shot. Unlucky to kick the tree. Got pinched up right on it. Fantastic second shot to get anywhere near circle 1. Capitalizing.
And Simon 6 down through 10.
That's a good place to be. Plenty of birdies out there in front of him the last 7 holes. 7, 8 holes he's got left to play.
Yeah, he's on a faster pace than the entire league card there, or the entire top 4. Ooh, Radalin just. Ugh.
Did we just watch Mr. Radalin miss a tap-in? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he did. He's dropping in this bogey philo. Ooh, let's see how Cole bounces back on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Pulsade Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature.
It's the lucky shots.
It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge. It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc.
Or two. And let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. You feel that it's good quality product. And having the stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
This is
the new
Optivice Orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
King-a-ling.
My name is Garrett Gurthie, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Hole 17, Corey Ellis, almost OB off the tee.
Wants nothing to do with that, smart man. That's a tough place to get to, Ian. 45 feet deep on 17.
Garrett Gurthie.
That's a better putt there, Double G. Leveling off his round back to even par.
Simon Lizotte now on the tee of 11. Shot shape here, Philo.
Straight and straight. You can get away with a little bit of late leak off to the right. You want to stay in the middle as long as possible. Simon Lizotte looking good. Oh, ooh, Simon playing a little plinko, gets inside circle one, just off the bullseye.
The discount double kick takes a stroke off the score.
No doubt, man. What a play from Simon. So timely, too. Keeping that momentum on his side.
Do you see a bust out a wow right there?
I'm sure he did. He got away with one there.
Heimburg. He could use some of that luck right now.
Absolutely could. Slow day for Calvin Heimburg. Rolls that one over a bit right. I believe that caught a tree. All right, he's out there. Got a pretty straight ahead putt. Somewhere around the 50-foot range, I'm guessing.
We can check our Bushnell crew. I'll let you know. Carlson.
Also on the struggle bus today, Linus having a hard time getting something going. One over on his round.
And we just got our number in for Heimburg, an 80-footer, unfortunately.
Wow, even further.
Yeah.
Still in the fairway. Linus is going to join him out there in the fairway.
Let's see what Rodalin has for us.
Asking for it to hold. If he misses that, that's good. There we go. Another favorable tree kick. Corey Dolan, circle one. Stress-free birdie putt coming up.
The goose is loose on hole 16, looking for a birdie.
All right, fought his way most of the way down the fairway, about halfway through circles there. Goose with the blow-by. No birdie for the runner-up from last year's World.
And here comes a word from our sponsor, Latitude64. Listen closely. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Betty bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. And lastly, and most importantly, she sells seashells by the seashore. She also sells our mystery box on the 12th of June. Thank you for listening, and have a nice mystery box. Not bad. Not bad.
You did perfect, man. I would have been like Tourette syndrome, dropping F-bombs and everything else in between. I don't think I could have survived that, man. Nicely done, friend.
Thank you, sir. I got 8 more tests to pass this weekend. Wish me luck, my man.
I am going to wish you luck because I'm happy I don't have to read those.
Thank you, guys. Fun stuff there. Thanks to our friends at Latitude64. Go grab one of those mystery boxes. They have so much cool plastic. Carlson.
Oh no, Linus catches late tree, circles edge, just nurtles inside circle 1. The struggle continues. Nothing's coming easy for Mr. Carlson today.
Swinging over to Heimburg. Got this bush nailed right around 80, I believe. Yep.
Should be a straight ahead look. Tunnel right to the target. Calvin also having a hard time finding the flow on the putting green today. This from the fairway.
At least he's still giving him great efforts, you know. He's
that
not
had
giving up.
some energy behind it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
he's
did.
had a few that come up well short. Just look disconnected.
James Conrad putting for par on 16.
Strong putt there from the world champion, James Conrad.
James.
That's a strong performance, man. 5 down out here is strong.
In the mix for sure.
Not leading, but it's strong.
Carlson to clean up. This on hole 11.
Oh, picking up another bogey and
just got that birdie on the last as well, and
having a hard time finding some momentum today.
Unfortunately, giving it right back here. Heimburg coming back for par now.
There's a good Vinny putt.
Yeah, that was fired home.
Nice confident stroke there from Calvin.
Rodolin. It's a birdie putt, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of favorable kicks here for Mr. Rodolin and Mr. Lizotte. Playing a little plinko there. Cole's going to slide that home, and a little drop in for
a Carlson bogey.
Correct.
And now a Simon birdie. Another one.
Another one.
On it.
Stealing my lines, man. I guess we keep doing that to each other, huh?
That's what happens when you hang out too much, man.
This is true.
Gossage for par on 16.
Keeping things clean, Aaron Gossage. Scraping up those par putts.
Swinging over to the 4th for Hannum on the finishing 18.
There you go.
And that gets him into the house with a 7 down.
All right.
Wysocki. Tee at 13. Like you said, important tee shot here, Philo.
It is. There are options off the tee. You can do this play. This has to continue to work right. Stay in the air. Stay in the air. Oh, that's early for Wysocki. I saw what he was going for.
Gossage on 17.
I don't know if he got that bent. Oh, he did.
Yeah.
That's holding straight. Beautiful shot there
Oh,
from
he
the
likes
Goose.
it.
Fist pump even.
Yeah,
it's got to be parked.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That held that little hyzer to flip beautifully there for Aaron Gossage.
And Gossage should get to 8. Looking down.
Even an opportunity to be the outright leader if he can birdie out.
Simon, tee at 12.
There we go. Unravel now. Beautiful shot there from Simon Lizotte. Bullseye, baby.
Nicely done.
Momentum firmly on his side. There we go. Nice little moment between he and Calvin. Love to see it.
Yeah. Redolin.
Yeah, you heard him say it. Wrong line. Right there around circle 2, 35-footer for Cole. More than likely some kind of a straddle out.
Yep, they've got him in circle 2.
Calvin Heimburg looking down the right tunnel, as he should be. Looking for something similar to a Calvin Heimburg.
Like overstable fairway.
Simon Lizotte. Oh, even straighter. All right, Calvin, I see you.
And that will look. One more look at this Lizotte drive.
Check the setup here. Working his way left to right. Body shows the shape of the disc. Perfectly into the window. Timing up when that overstable would unravel. Catch an edge. Perfect little skip into the green. Wow, Simon Lizotte.
Disc golf poetry in motion right there.
You got it, man.
Wysocki, second on 13.
Tough to make birdie from here. Ricky Wysocki making the smart play, catching some of the cabbage. He'll have a straight look into the green from there.
How far is it to that Mando tree, Philo?
Ooh.
Did you range that one?
500 and change. I think it was 525. I think I wrote that down in my notes.
Carlson, a very nice approach to clean up par. 18 in Hannum to finish with a par.
Solid shooting for Austin Hannum. It's been a while since we've called that man's name up in the top 10.
Yeah, I saw Justin Billadu on that card as well.
And as things stand at the moment, those two names still logged up at the top. Adam Carter, Simon Lizotte about to close the gap once again. Isaac Robinson playing strong. The Goose, he should be making a charge and popping up there in just a minute. Very strong day from Corey Ellis, almost to the house. Proctor, solid. All kinds of names up there. Right around that number we talked about at the top, man. 8, 9 unders. Got to be the average here if you want to contend for a W.
Redolin putting for birdie. Back on 12.
That was looking good. Just dried up.
Carlson, this for par. Oh, excuse me, this is a birdie puffer. Is it a birdie puffer in these? All right. There we go. Carlson, well done. And Heimburg and Simon.
Yeah, Calvin was just a little longer.
Was he?
Yeah, not too bad. I'd call that 8 paces from the bucket.
Oh, yeah.
Just a few off the bullseye, a couple quick steps off the bullseye. Calvin's starting to figure things out on the putting green, especially inside circle 1. Started off looking a little shaky, some low misses. Seems like he's nice and warmed up now.
Looks pretty dialed today.
There we go. Starting to wake up a bit. There it is. Drop in once again.
Hey,
Simon
turkey.
Lizotte. Good turkey to get, too.
He is on the hottest pace by far. Conrad on 17. That putt for Simon also gave him a share of the lead through 12 holes.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, looking at the leaderboard. Simon and the Goose should be popping right up there in that tie.
Third shot for Ellis on 18.
Ooh, trying to run it in there. Corey Ellis, job done. That should get him to 8.
It certainly should. Here is the Gossage drive on 17. That's a bullseye and a half right there.
No doubt. Perfect anticipation there for the Goose, using the front side of that slope.
Back to 13 for Wysocki, throwing 3.
Very technical entrance into the green here for Wysocki. Got to give it your full attention. Oh, could use a little more height. Ricky Wysocki going to have a challenging one there for his par. Just off the circle.
Conrad also on 17.
Yeah, baby.
Along with Gossage, and gets the same score. Nicely done, gents.
Firmly in the mix, James Conrad.
Ellis for birdie on 18. This will get Ellis a share of the lead and 8 down.
There you go, Corey Ellis. Sure, that's going to feel fantastic for the young man from West Virginia. Corey Ellis joining 5 men at the top. Simon Lizotte, Gossage, Adam Hammis, Carter. A few other guys with an opportunity out there to join them.
A live look with Gossage on the tee of 18. Roller.
Keep moving left. Don't want to go right.
I don't know. We'll show you where that roller got to for Gossage on the other side of the break. Back in just a few.
One of my favorite memories growing up was a trip I took with my dad to Hawaii. We just got done with a round of disc golf and decided to listen to the Grateful Dead. Without saying anything, we both knew we needed to dance, and that's exactly what we did. Sometimes you just need to stop and enjoy the music.
Disc and Balls Golf Channel features tournament coverage, rounds with friends, disc reviews, and more subscribers than Simon Lizotte on Rumble. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any of the spicy disc golf content that you can't get from any other channel.
This is
the new
up to ice orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
King-a-ling.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
Welcome back to the action. Simon Lizotte, Tia 13. Roller?
Yeah. See if he gets far enough down and to the right. It's looking pretty good down there by the spotter. That should give him an opportunity to get up there. Got that OB out there to the right, so you can't get too aggressive.
And that was the last commercial break in regulation. Good news there. As Heimburg steps up.
Needs that to flip. There it goes. There we go. Meeting Simon Lizotte in the fairway.
Carlson.
Just does start to unravel just a hair early, Ian. A little too high on the left side. All you can do really is chip up into the landing zone and chip up to the basket.
Radalin.
Come on, stay safe. Radalin really taking the hot line down the middle.
Jumping ahead to 18. Conrad throwing 2.
Looks like Conrad got pimped a little bit by that tree.
Yeah.
Late tree kick sent him towards that Mando out there, the last one to beat. Hard to say. Check UDisc in a minute and see if they give us any information.
Terry, as we're walking down these 13 fairway, I'd love to get your opinion on those tee shots.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see the play by Simon. He's actually set himself up in perfect position, not worried at all about the distance that he got. Cole Radalin, on the other hand, definitely closest to the pin. However, he's got the worst angle to try and navigate through the Mando. So Simon definitely in position there.
Nice. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, like what you were worried about there for Cole.
Yeah, it's a very specific landing zone here at hole 13. Really not a lot of room to attack the green. If you're not in that low kind of shaded area, the lower down there and further to the right, the better. Really opens up that entrance up the hill. Got a lot of limbs hanging down there in the tunnel that really just mess it up. And obviously there's a bunch of trees. It's the tree line they're playing into, so very defined gaps.
Heimburg and his second 480 to the pin.
All right, solid there. Gets him well up the fairway. About 100 feet to the green from there for Calvin.
Simon 20 feet closer.
Smart play for Simon would be to make sure that whatever he does, he's walking out of here with a par. I know he's playing a really strong round, but don't get silly here. Don't get loose.
Carlson also slightly out of position. Actually, a lot out of position.
Big time out of position. Smart play there from Linus. Gets that thing way out to the wide side. Should be a routine up and down putter play.
Just 6 birdies on 13 for the field.
Well, you get a reference to how far that mandatory is from the tee pad when you see these guys still got 480 feet left to the hole.
Yes.
It's somewhere out there in that 650-foot range just to get to the Mando, so getting set up so hard on a hole this long. Playing the inside route, Simon Lizotte. No, got a tree kick, and that sent him out of bounds. That's the one thing he couldn't have happen here, and it just did. Disappointment.
First big cooler for Simon's round.
I know, he's been on such a heater. All the momentum's been on his side, it seems, the whole round, especially on this card. No one really even in the neighborhood of Simon Lizotte's game.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of beats himself. Could have played out and around, just made sure he ensures the par, but took some chances inside. Unfortunately, catches the tree, redirects him out of bounds.
Ruthallen. Cole just 380, but angle the problem and gaps the problem.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of room to work with out there to the left. Yeah. The risk reward is extremely high, and you just saw Simon Lizotte pay the price. Looking like 3 pars and a bogey for Lizotte. Back to Gossage. Hole 18. Believe this should be his second shot. Saw him drop the roller down. Now he's just, oh no, that's not what you need. You got to be beyond all mandatories here at 18 to make birdie an option.
Wysocki on 14's tee.
Looking very similar to the Gossage drive. Gets through clean. All right, good kick there for Wysocki. We'll see if he's got a clean look or not.
And now Gossage throwing 3 on 18.
One of the nastiest rips out of the hand in disc golf. Aaron Gossage progressing the fairway nicely. Wow, he pummeled that disc.
Gossage throws angry, man.
He said safe, so he's up there. We'll see what kind of look he's got.
Puts a hurting on that disc.
Yes, he does. There you go, job done. Get that thing right on the bullseye. Nicely done from Cole. Imagine we'll see something from Linus.
Yep.
Or it might be Simon up next.
Let's see. Yeah, we should see a Simon shot next.
Putting a cooler in a big way on his round. This is definitely not one of those holes you want to get loose on.
I was starting to wonder what his lead might be going into today too, you know?
Yeah, big time. Just thinking the same thing. Like, man, if he can close this round out with just a couple more birdies, a little bit of breathing room.
Simon from 285.
Ooh, that almost goes in, and that runs deep for Simon
my.
Lizotte. So now, bogey not even guaranteed for Lizotte.
Double definitely in play. And maybe even likely at this point.
He's going to need one of those tourniquet putts. Can start hemorrhaging strokes here at hole 13.
Should be went over to Heimburg next.
Getting word from Terry Miller. Simon Lizotte ran out to a full 45 feet between circle 1, circle 2. And he's going to have some trees to contend with. Calvin Heimburg trying to get up and down, salvage a par. And that'll play.
Casual up and down par for Simon. On 18, Conrad throwing 3. One finish short left.
Looks like he was still in fairway, wasn't it? I saw some blue flags back there.
All right. Circle 1 is the word for Conrad.
Attaboy. All right. What do you think about what they've done with this side of the track, Ian?
It is pretty amazing.
Yeah, they got 2 full 18-hole golf courses here at Glendoveer, and each course is respectively using 1 whole course.
Wow.
So just, I mean, we are not using every last ounce of this golf course, but it's pretty close. Just a couple of corners not being used, and Simon Lizotte.
Big cooler on his round.
Yep.
He had a clean 8 down cooking.
Just gave back a couple.
He sure did. It's going to drop back to 6.
Basically what I'm trying to say is it's a lot of walking for these guys.
Yes, it is.
They're crisscrossing all over this property.
Carlson with a jumper for par. He will bogey as well.
Wow, that came up so short for Linus.
Yeah. He just hasn't, I don't think he's just kind of felt the putter today.
I don't think he's really feeling much of anything today. I'm not used to seeing him play so well, like shaky like this. I first look at Linus Carlson, the man played like a robot.
Really?
35 footers going in from everywhere.
Heimburg for a stroke on Simon. Actually, 2 strokes on Simon, isn't it? Yeah.
That would be. Well, there's still some time here for Simon Lizotte. The rest of the fellas here try to salvage this round.
Carlson to clean up bogey. Redolin drops that one home, and Simon will drop home a double bogey.
You said it, man.
Yeah. Wysocki on 14 for birdie.
Rick! Nice bounce back for Wysocki, picking up the bogey on the hole. We just saw Simon take a double and turns it around. Fantastic birdie. Aaron Gossage.
18 for birdie. This is for the solo lead.
Just a little shy on the pace. Slides by left side for the goose, and he'll stay at 8.
Drop it back to 14. Garrett Gurthie putting for birdie.
Hey now. There we go. Double G trying to dig out of the hole. 2 over after 4 holes and grabbing a few birdies, getting it back under par. James Conrad up ahead on 18. Also trying to scramble up a birdie, I believe. Caught a tree on his second. Fired up his third, and this should be his 4.
It is. To get to 6 down on the day.
Oh, never gave it a chance. Left it out on the left the whole way. A little bit of frustrations there for Conrad. That's about as much as you'll see out of him.
Excuse me, that was for 7. Looks like James will stick at 6 on the day. As we jump back to 14 for Heimburg.
Opportunity here for Calvin Heimburg to take some momentum away with a good drive.
Found the window.
All right, let's see if he stays clean on the way in. Okay, somewhere in the 40-foot range, putting uphill for Calvin Heimburg. Looks like he might have caught something late and redirected him a little bit.
I think you're right, yeah. It looked like it had more life in it. Redolin.
Slightly tugged, got to get clean. Ooh, just gets by. There you go. Same neighborhood we saw Rick in just a moment ago. Anything in the green here is a bonus, in my opinion. Such a tight shot to hit off the tee.
Carlson.
Trying to get the roller down and misses the angle once again. Linus Carlson really having a struggle today.
Solid jukes by the gallery, though.
That's going to be a tricky up and down. I don't think we've seen anybody throw 2 from that part of the hole.
And we'll see how Simon bounces back off the double on 13. Birdie here would be nice.
What's he setting up here? There we go. Power. And he overturns it. Whacks early, and Simon Lizotte, extra work to get up and down, scramble out a par.
He's looking at his finger right here. Terry, have you picked up anything here from Simon?
Now, I can't see anything from where I'm at as to what might be going on, but yeah, to see him pull it that hard right, you have to wonder if there's maybe a tear or a blister, something of that nature. I'll go investigate.
All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, he is definitely looking at that right hand. So we're going to head to Wysocki, 15.
There we go. Let's see if that continues to drag to the right. There we go. That's one of the best shots we've seen so far today. Ricky Wysocki. Beautiful.
That's a pretty intimidating gap.
It is an intimidating gap. You do not want to hit early on 15 or it is game over. You're picking up 5.
This is Robinson on 17.
Get over there. There you go.
Right on the spine.
Yeah, decision time. That'll get Isaac Robinson into that conversation of 8 under.
Simon, 320 left. This is not a guaranteed up and down.
Ooh, that doesn't help either. Awkward putt for Simon coming up for par.
That was moving right to the bucket,
It was
too.
making its way. He can't believe it. Something's up.
Something is up.
Even the smallest of tears are going to distract you when you're putting all that pressure and energy into your hand like that.
You saw the drive from Robinson. Here's the birdie putt.
No, don't roll. Uh-oh, don't pick up that mini just yet. All right, does curl in safe. Disappointing miss for Isaac Robinson. That's one of those he's going to be thinking about later.
Makes all those layups we've seen earlier make more sense.
It does. It's a dangerous green, man. Everybody knows it. There's same green that Kevin Jones had those issues on a couple years ago.
That's why it looks familiar.
It does look familiar.
Yeah.
Just a different part of the course this time.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's interesting. We could putt from Robinson, though, to keep it at 7. Gossage for par on 18. And this for sure is the lead heading into day 2.
Solid performance from Aaron Gossage. Just what he needs. Stay a part of that conversation. Play nice and steady, consistent golf. Don't have to do anything flashy out here. And we lost one. We had 5. We got 4. Isaac Robinson just let an opportunity slip through his fingers. Next best look. Simon Lizotte could bounce back. Still got some holes to play. Some birdies up ahead. Looking at bogey now. If he can't get this par putt to go home, he could slide back another stroke.
It's not a close putt.
It is not.
Let's
He's
see what
out
we
there in
got.
circle 2.
Yeah. Heimburg for birdie.
And he's due for one of these big putts.
And a serious green light on this putt as well.
No doubt. Just don't hit front cage. Ugh. Weak side chains. Just dribbles out.
Big putt coming for Simon to save par after the early tree hit on the drive. You can see the circle 1 marker just in front of him.
Oh, look at what he's got to deal with here, Ian. Is he going to go through the tree?
I think he's going to go left.
That would be smart. What a putt from Simon Lizotte to salvage par. Clutch.
You'll love to see it, man.
So clutch.
That was a big momentum putt. He was starting to get down on himself a little bit.
He was. You saw that whole body demeanor switch over from hole 13 and 14. 2 shots getting away from him, picking up extra strokes.
Radalin. A birdie look. Edge of circle.
That's not an easy place to get to, Ian.
Truth.
No, unable to capitalize. He caught something on the way into the bucket. Late tree.
He caught that last tree.
Yep. Fantastic drive. Walking out of here empty-handed.
Carlson had a nice approach after the errant drive.
True story. That's a good place to be in, too.
And cleans that up nicely.
Says a lot about Cole Radallin's speed to get pin high on this hole, because most people are ending up at the bottom of the hill putting up, and he's putting level with the basket. And he flew it in there.
He's in the next level distance department.
This
Top
hole
tier.
yeah, this hole is playing every last bit of that 465.
Let's roll back a Zuccaroo replay of this Simon Lizotte par save from circle 2.
And this might be the putt that saves his tournament right here, Ian.
Disc golf's like that, isn't it? You know, it's cumulative. It just kind of builds and snowballs.
Not just that, but I mean, you don't want to come into the next couple of rounds down 2, 3, 4 strokes. You know what I mean? Like, especially for defending and you want to repeat. And clearly, Simon's playing like he wants to win again.
15 with Wysocki. He's attacking this peninsula green. And Rick
Solid
has
shot.
snuck it in for a long look at birdie. Let's check out Philo's keys for closing. Brought to you by BlackInkDisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, unfortunately, we just saw a couple. No silly mistakes. You know, pars are good coming down the stretch, even if, you know, you're looking to chase and climb up the leaderboard. Don't beat yourself, right? Pace yourself out here. It's a long week. Make sure you're getting that hydration and take advantage of these par 5s on the finish, you know. Like, make the right decision. Get yourself in position. Both courses, the par 5s are attackable.
Redolin super high out the gap.
Not ideal.
Curious how well that worked. Terry, you're down there on the ground. What's Redolin looking at for a second as we watch this Heimburg drive?
Sorry, guys, I couldn't see exactly where it went. I'm up here near the tee, taking a look at this very tight tunnel shot.
Yeah, I'm thinking it must have petered out left. We'll see, though. Heimburg catching a little tree on the way out.
That killed his shot. That had a beautiful shape on it.
And that's taking birdie out, right?
Most likely. I don't think anyone's going to have enough courage to shoot down up that hill. You know, back up that hill blind. Can't see the landing zone.
Carlson.
Going to the hyzer flip. That looks like it is not going to flip hard enough. Moving left. That could potentially be out of bounds, no?
I want to say, give it a strong maybe. Simon. Carlson is marked as on the fairway after 1. This has it, doesn't it?
It's got to keep moving right. There it is. That's solid. It's going to unravel a little bit, but he made a nice turn and good progression for Simon Lizotte. Options from there. He's got options.
Definitely the class of the tee shots there from your feature card. Let's check out our birdie zone here on 15. Brought to you by our friends at Birdie Pro. And there are just 500 copies of the board game left. They're going to reorder, but if you want one soon, order now. There is the tee. Flying into that birdie zone.
Yes, sir. Got to navigate that opening tunnel. Good 160, 70 feet of tree line. The hyzer flip seems to be working the best, but you can't flip it too hard. The further right you get, the more open that entrance into the green gets. Lizotte right in the money zone.
And that Carlson disc looking pretty OB, isn't it, Philo?
That's what I was trying to say, man. It looked like that faded out a little too hard, throwing something of that halo plastic look.
I was hoping the OB ended as it went off the mat, but that wasn't to be.
I think that's a smart thing to do on this hole. It really makes you force the disc to the right. I think that's good course design right there. Unfortunate for Linus that he's out of bounds, but I don't disagree with that out of bounds being there.
I love this course. It's fair. It's balanced.
I think it's
where there's
very
risk,
fair.
there's reward. Where there's reward, there's risk. You know?
Yes, the holes are long. Yes, there's a lot of walking going on out here, but I think they really set these guys up with a good course.
Wysocki birdie putt on 15.
Oh, Rick. Face mask online. He's had a few of those today. Linus Carlson just going to play a layup, his third. No reason to be challenging that out of bounds or the green from back there. Pretty routine from where he's at. Now guys like Calvin Heimburg have an option. They've got the arm. It's all about how they feel about it with this crosswind. It is blowing left to right here across the golf course, typically.
So we don't have a range for anybody, but we do have one for Simon at 320. So
Okay.
tells you this is probably 450 maybe?
Yeah, maybe not that bad.
But he caught a tree on the way out.
That's true, but he did make a right turn, so that
Okay.
helps. He didn't go out there and fade out to the left. He made the turn. I wouldn't be surprised if he's 100 feet further back. Yeah, that's a good call, Ian. He's going for it. Asking for it to hustle left. All right, Calvin Heimburg.
That
in
was
business. Massive. Massive bomb there from Calvin.
And the guts to even go for it from that far back.
I believe he's right on the edge of circle, too.
Crazy impressive. T of 18, Robinson.
Job done off the tee.
Yeah. Redalin back on 15.
That looks a little steep, Ian. So they need to hit the brakes in a big way. Just does dribble into the out of bounds for Cole Redalin. He knew it right away. That wasn't the right touch.
Should have a chance to save par.
Circle's edge putt for par coming up for Cole.
And Simon just 320 left after that monster drive.
Just throw it right out there wide of that pine tree. There you go, Simon, not goofing around with this at all. Hanging it well wide. And Simon needs to hit the brakes too. Ooh, just does check up inside circle one. Favorable angle there, the putt for Mr. Simon Lizotte. Try to bounce back after some roller coastering out there.
Yeah, hopefully get back on that birdie train.
Yep.
He'd be one off the lead with a make on 15. 3 more chances to grab the lead. Wysocki on 16. Shot shape here, Philo?
Straight. Actually, the hyzer, in my opinion, really works well.
Huh.
This tunnel down. Ooh, I don't know if Rick's going to hit it. Yep, a little wide for Rick. You'd like to see it a little tighter. You can definitely see that hyzer gap.
Carlson on 15 with his 4th.
Ooh, that catches something early as well. That might be him right there, isn't it? Is that him inside circle one? If that is, that's a solid shot from Linus, as it should be. He's had a rough day.
Yep. Yeah, we do have Carlson putting for bogey in circle 1, Philo. Semerad.
There we go.
Oh, my.
There we go. One of the better shots we've seen, tee to green.
Should get Semerad to 3 down on the day. Making their way into 15's green as your final feature group. Redalin will walk to OB and find his disc.
Calvin out there right around circle's edge. Simon Lizotte just inside circle one. Disappointing par putt coming up here for Cole. Just didn't give it enough respect. Had all the arm in the world to get there. Just a little too aggressive. Attaboy.
Smooth putting
scramble it up.
Yeah.
It's good composure there from the young man. Keeping his cool, stepping up, handling business.
Simon to hop back on the birdie train and move 1 off the lead.
Let's go. Silky smooth there from Simon Lizotte. Shake off that double bogey with a couple of strong putts in the last 2 holes. Brilliant par save, and that for birdie.
Heimburg also for birdie.
Calvin Made the adjustment on the putting green today. Those first 9 holes, things weren't looking so sharp for Calvin, but since then, lots of chains.
Carlson in.
Quickly in for bogey, unfortunately for Carlson.
Yeah. 16, Wysocki. Long look at birdie. And we've got some Albert Tom fans rocking the Tom glasses.
And the headband.
Oh, yeah.
Got an Estonian flag.
Speaking of.
The bazooka. Circle's edge.
It's a birdie look.
My man. She loves it.
Yeah, she does.
Direct from Tallinn.
That's 2 circle 2 makes for Tom today. Terry, did you hang out with the Estonian fans over there?
I didn't, but it took me a moment to double check what was going on when I saw the flag being adorned out there, and it looks like a couple of fans just taking it all in, and I love the commitment with the headband as well. Big Albert Tom fans, that's for sure.
It definitely plays. There's your feature card making their way to 16's tee, tucked in those trees. Basket just off your screen top.
Yeah, there's a couple of fair gaps here at 16. I'd say the Heiser gap looks the best. You are going to have to challenge that tree right off the tee pad, play just underneath the canopy and to the left of that tree trunk. Nice tight Heiser. There is kind of a natural path that kind of leads you down in towards the basket area. Does seem like the most favorable gap. There is a middle line as well if you want to just throw something hard and flat and try to get a late fade. More trees come into play with that line, I believe.
On the green, Simmerad for birdie. You saw
no
his
issue
drive.
there, yeah. Not a bad performance for Jakob.
Yeah.
Tough course.
Wysocki cleaning up par on 16. And that was just a moment ago. We are now live on the tee with Heimburg. Thinks it's early?
He said it. There it is.
Must have been going for that backdoor swing.
Yep, there's that side door out there on the right side.
Simon.
There we go. Simon's got it into the right space. Can he miss the tree? Skip to my Lou, and there you go. Inside circle 1, Simon Lizotte, just a step off the bullseye. Keeping him alive here, round 1. Get him back to 8 under once he connects with that. Nice way to recover.
Yes, it was. That par putt on 14 so important.
Crucial. I really believe that's going to be the putt that catapults him this week. If he's going to win or lose, that was the one right there.
Redalin.
Opting for the middle line. Catch a tree late. There you go. That should have helped him, actually, because that thing was moving, and it's all downhill grade past the basket.
Yeah,
probably a good kick there for
circle 2 long written all over it.
Big time.
Carlson.
Linus sure could use a play right now. It's been a rough go for him today. +3 on the afternoon.
Linus with the roller.
Yeah, rarely seen roller here. Catching some early trees once again. Care Bear, huh? Sounds like you got some Linus stories for us. What you got?
I was trying to figure out if there's anything wrong with Simon's finger. It doesn't appear that there is, but I was standing next to Linus, and he said, "What are you doing out here? Just reporting?" I said, "Yeah, I've got to look for all the stories from you guys. You got any stories for me?" And he kind of chuckled and said, "No, I've got nothing to say." So he knows he's having a rough day out here, that's for sure. Good spirits, though.
Yeah, that he is. That's nice to hear, Terry. Thank you there. That was a drive on 17. This is Robinson for birdie on 18, and he's picking that one up and assuring the lead.
Joining that group up on the leaderboard. 8's the number.
It's going to be a PDGA number battle for that lead card tomorrow.
Yes, it will be. And still opportunities for Simon Lizotte. He should be dropping in to rejoin that group.
Yes.
And I don't know if anybody else has enough to get there at this point. Just a few holes left to play.
Yeah, I don't think so, Philo.
I don't think so. I think Calvin's too far back. Rick's too far back.
Yeah, Rick's at 4. Calvin's also at 4 with 2 and then 3 to play respectively. So the
Exactly.
best you're going to see there is a 7.
There's a potential to make an eagle on hole 18 if you can throw a few perfect shots. I mean,
think so?
2 perfect shots and a big putt. You know, it's possible.
I think so.
If you can get up to that second mandatory, drop a nice roller, you might be able to
Gossage
get
had
up
that
there.
roller. If
Yeah,
that one kept cutting, I
it's
think.
possible.
Yeah.
You know, it's out there. We'll see how aggressive they want to do it.
Heimburg looks to be aggressive from circle 2 for birdie.
Oh, Calvin.
That was on line.
It was. It was tracking the whole way. Just runs out of speed, and the perfect amount of speed to just have a tap in for par there for Calvin. Well done. Linus trying to find a line.
What's he got left here?
Bunch of stuff to navigate. There we go. A little Anheuser into the green.
Yeah, 96, 95 feet on this bit for Carlson. And that was a 116 for Heimburg. He made that look.
Ooh, a little fluffy there from Linus. All right, checks up nicely. Well, go get some good food tonight, Linus, and recalibrate and come back and do better tomorrow, bud. That's all you can do.
Sometimes it's just not your day.
Sometimes not, you know, and I'm sure for Linus it's slightly embarrassing. Get an opportunity to be on a feature card and can't really find your game. All of us have been there, bud, so don't hold your head down. It sounds like Terry Bear says he's keeping his head up and keeping the spirits up.
Redallen for birdie.
Big putt for Cole Redallen. I do believe that late tree hit saved him from deepness.
Yeah.
Back there in the dark.
And Simon for a share of the lead once again.
Never a doubt.
And he'll have 2 holes left to build on that lead into day 2. We'll see what he does with it. Heimburg walks to a par comebacker.
Yeah, half an hour ago, I was thinking Simon Lizotte might get to double digits today. It's still possible. Gonna need a good drive here at 17. No one's really running that green. You get outside circle 1.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just
You want a bullseye on 17.
ideally, yeah, for a very shallow circle 1.
Gurthie on 17, speaking of.
Looking for a late fade here, double G. Can he stick it? I'm sure that's a green flag. He's not on the backside.
They're giving him circle 1.
There you go. He should
Hey.
be right at the base of the hill.
Wow.
Let's take a look at this one through the air. Hole 17, 430 feet. You got this nice little OB swath right there to gobble you up should you come up short, throwing into a little bit of a crossing wind from right to left is the prevailing wind here on hole 17. Should push your hyzers out. OB deep, but you got to throw it really hard to get back there. Not surprised this one's playing over par with all that OB on the green. Guys getting greedy. Maybe catch an edge, rolling out of bounds, taking an extra putt. And if you're out of position, just take your par and move on.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot today. Wysocki on the tee. Nope, Rick putting.
Wow, what a courageous run from Ricky Wysocki. Gave it the full effort. Just chains out. Stays up top on the mogul.
Gurthie for birdie.
Big rainbow into the bucket for double G. Gets it to 2 under.
Wicking up on this back 9.
Yeah, he is, man. Nicely done there to recover and salvage his day.
Yeah. There
One
is
more birdie for double G. Opportunity coming up. Hole 18.
Yours. Look at all
6
those 8s.
names. Any surprises in that mix of names, man?
I mean, on the errands, a little bit, you know, honestly. You know, I was kind of wondering if maybe the BSF was a fluke, but it's not. He's amazing.
He can throw him, man.
Yeah. How about you?
Not at all, man.
Yeah.
Not surprised. Firing off that closing round, hot round, course record, 12 down. That lets you know a guy can shoot, man.
Simon, tee 17.
How does he like it?
Oh, it dries up
Ooh,
early.
Simon dries up shy. Once again, shooting himself in the foot. That's a 2-stroke miss right there.
Terry, talk to us about that Simon shot.
Well, that one came up short, as you guys called it, but when I saw him on the tee a few holes ago to see if his finger was injured at all he said to me is, I don't know how I do this. I play so well, and then I go out and bogey or double bogey. Of course, he was talking about a few holes ago, but Simon in trouble here on 17 again.
Yes, he is. And Redolin, I mean, it's a worse shot than Simon, but it's a better result.
Yeah, fortunate to catch the tree and stay inbounds. Not what he's looking for, but you'd rather have that mistake than what just happened to Mr. Lizotte, that's for sure.
Heimburg now.
Going back to his favorite fairway driver, and this is looking beautiful.
Yeah, got it. In circle one, looking at birdie is Heimburg.
Heimburg's just been plugging away quietly today, you know? Nothing really too flashy. Started out a bit flat. Came to life here on the back nine, carding some really nice birdies and making the right choices, making sure he's getting his pars and moving on.
He'll be
just a couple of strokes off the pace if he can birdie one more time. That's not a bad place to be for your tour points leader.
Carlson.
Ooh, another shot there for Carlson that's looking like trouble.
Oof. One more look at this Heimburg drive.
Fairway driver, ladies and gentlemen, 430 feet on the dime.
Uphill.
Slightly uphill with a little bit of crossing wind.
Oh my.
Doesn't get much better than that. Perfect. In the bullseye for Calvin.
That's where you want to be on that green.
Yeah, you said that when this hole started. That's the ideal place to putt from is the bullseye. Just no doubt about it, right?
Exactly. Jumping ahead to Rick on 18.
Dragging this one from left to center. Ricky Wysocki trying to navigate the trees. All right, you would like to see it punch through and get a little further up, but still workable from there.
Back to 17 for Redolin, throwing 2.
.200 and some foot approach here for Cole, I imagine.
260.
Ooh, this could go in. Oh, Cole, almost highlight reel. Wasn't liking it. Nearly dunks it. Good thing he caught metal, man, because that would have been a circle 2 putt coming back up the hill.
Roll back that Zuka.
Heiser to flip and straight as an arrow. Begging for it to drop, and maybe he should have said stay up because that was going home. Look at this. Good fortune there for Cole.
Jumping over to Simon from 115.
Ooh.
CB. And Simon does that nicely, and that'll get in there for bogey. And Terry, this is like that familiar mound, an iconic mound out here at Portland. Talk about that.
Yeah, it really is, and unfortunately maybe most familiar to Kevin Jones. It was great talking to Jeff Spring yesterday when he was telling us during the press conference that this was intentionally left in as part of the design. It had to be somewhere in the course just because it was such a big moment and we'll say Portland Open history. So this was intentionally part of the course per Jeff Spring.
I like that. It's a nice little wrinkle in the design.
Yeah, they probably remember that Kevin Jones moment back here a few years ago when he was ping-ponging all over the green, had an opportunity to take it down, and this mogul ruined his day.
He was pushing that rock up the hill and having to roll back down every time.
Unbelievable.
In for par is Redolin. Heimburg will be in for birdie. And that moves him to 5. Simon moving the other way. moving to 7. He's
Yep.
just 2 off assignment after all the events of today.
A couple of disappointing holes for Simon Lizotte here on the back nine, or this could be a completely different story heading into Friday. Up ahead, Ricky Wysocki, second throw on hole 18. One more set of mandatories to make. You can see the one to the left out there in the shade. All right, does good to get set up for the second mandatory. Still a long carry up there to the green.
What's he got left there?
Somewhere in that 450 range, in my imagination, what I remember. Somewhere around there. It's a long carry.
What do you make of your watch so far, Philo?
I think the guys are playing right on pace, honestly. This was the number I was expecting to see, somewhere around 8 or 9 under. Are there more birdies? Yes, but there's so many variables out there. Obviously, you've got the wind, you've got these low-hanging branches, you've got these tight fairways, these bottlenecking greens, like the moguls of the, like all kinds of things, elevated baskets.
Mandos galore.
Big sloping greens. I mean, you can get runaways, you can get rollaways, you could blow past some things and leave yourself 28, 30 footers and then have, this awkward, weird stance lie thing for par. There's just so many things that could go wrong, and we've seen a little bit of all of that today, so I'm not surprised. Things are pretty much right on par for what I thought. I'm looking at history. Last year, Simon Lizotte finished 34, right?
Okay.
The year before, it was somewhere in that same number, 32, 33. I think the guys got to get to that 8 under number per round if they want a chance at winning.
No, I feel like that's kind of what it takes, isn't it?
10-50
golf.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at the guys that are on top either. I mean, these are all tremendously talented athletes. All of them have great game all around.
And if Simon finishes at 8 down, 6 players tied for the lead after a round. The most players tied after a round this season. I mean, that's
telling you the story. Yes,
of the
sir.
Pro Tour.
It's absolutely, man.
Yeah.
The level continues to rise. The players figure it out week after week. It may seem like, okay, this guy's on a heater right now, but, give it a couple of weeks and watch how the guys make the adjustments, Like, these guys are all students of the game. They know what's happening out here. A lot of points at stake this week, a lot of cash. This is like the heart of the season right here. You can have that slow start, but we're in the heat of it right now. We're in the middle. You got to come out here and play and perform strong.
Only a certain amount of your events count, too. So
Correct.
You can erase some of those poor
You
performances
could.
earlier on and really jump up.
Absolutely, especially for a week like this when you're getting extra points.
Yeah.
Same as a major. Got to show up and have a good week. All those guys just hanging outside that top 32. This is an opportunity for you here in Portland to make a move.
Look at 18. It's a long one.
It's like a long finger, man. It's a long, crooked finger, Big par 5. Quadruple Mando. 2 sets of Mandies. Got to stay between. Kind of like these guys aiming up that right side, kind of the flat swing that goes towards the right side of the fairway, late fade. Got to get past both sets of mandatories on your second shot if you want any chance of making birdie.
Looking back at Rick's drive,
He's in that 50-50 chance. He's got it, but he's going to have to throw a perfect shot and make a putt. It's not going to be a drop in more than likely because it's a low tunnel coming out of there. It's best to get past that second set of Mando trees.
Heimburg has clawed his way to within 3 of the lead, now on the tee of 18.
Trying to get it to drag center. There it is.
Just a little too low.
A little short. Yeah, you'd like to see it stay in the air a little longer, but decent position for Heimburg.
Yeah.
Should be able to get past that next set of mandatories relatively comfortably.
Rodalin.
Ooh, that needs to get to sliding in a hurry. Catch a tree.
It caught a tree and it's going the wrong way, though.
Oh, boy.
What's he working with over there?
Not much.
Placement?
He's probably just going to have to chip around and get back in position.
Simon.
I like this play, Ian.
I thought we might see one of these. There's a lot of airspace to lay this down.
This. As long as you don't drag out there too far to the right. There you go.
Recut?
Simmer down, simmer down. Here comes that OB. It's got to stop. Stop. All right. Simon Lizotte. Way out to the right.
As we watch this Carlson drive, Terry, I'd love to get your thoughts on that ridiculous shot we just saw from Simon, as well as what Cole will be doing with his second.
Yeah, I'm going to go take a look, but I'm pretty sure Simon missed the second Mando with his roller that he just had. So I'm going to go double check where the line is. But big drive. Unfortunately, I think he missed the Mando.
Simon, or Terry, I'm just checking U-Disc, and you are correct, sir. OB off the tee is Lizotte.
Yeah,
Terry
there's
was
that
right there to
second
tell, wasn't he?
Mando, and he is out there to the right of it, so I thought he was maybe going to be making it past that from the angle that we saw from the camera, but I was wrong, and Simon Lizotte is headed to the second drop zone. He should be anyway.
He's looking at the tee sign right now. So Simon will be on your chase card tomorrow, likely.
He made the first drop zone for sure, so he's definitely not playing from the first set of trees. He should get to throw from the second drop zone, which with Simon's length.
You think it's possible? Okay, that's fun, man.
Possible.
Okay.
It's not impossible.
I like it, man. I like it. All right, Terry, I'm told you have an update for us on Simon. Fill us in, sir.
Yeah, so he certainly had missed the second Mando. His drive went about 600 feet. Unfortunately, he's going to be punished for it. And from the drop zone that he should be throwing from, it looks like he's going to have about 530 to the pin.
Like he just said, Philo, that's possible.
Outside chance for Mr. Lizotte. I mean, it's not impossible with his length.
Thank you, Terry.
Can't count Simon out.
Heimburg, it found ground early, but the gap is nice.
It is indeed a nice gap. It's going to have a nice look down to the next section of this fairway. Overstable. Probably going to... Well, he's got two options, left or right of this tree. Looking left, trying to slide it.
Calvin throwing that invisible black rim disc.
Hard to say.
Terry, I never caught that one, honestly. Did you catch it coming in?
It was low out of his hand. It looks like it's going to be perfectly safe, but again, low out of his hand.
And we're seeing the same here from Carlson.
Burned it over early.
Huh. This course does provide a lot of low ceilings, you know?
Yeah, they're making these hard throwers keep the disc into that sweet airspace of about 6 or 7, 8 feet off the ground. Not getting much of an opportunity to sky the shots out here.
On the green, a long look for birdie for Rick.
Yeah, that's about 5 of those today for Rick that were online and came up short.
What do you think about all these Mandos here on the course, Philo?
I think they make perfect sense. They make such good sense because if they just left it wide open, these guys would be throwing rollers all over the place, and they'd be progressing the fairway so far. They had to do something to pinch off these massive arms a little bit and kind of restrict them into certain airspaces. Do they still have an advantage? Yes, because they have the most speed in the field, but it still makes them, it forces them to shape the shot correctly.
Love that take.
Have to.
Yep. Wonder if we're starting to see Mandos bubble into the tour a little more often, you know?
It totally makes sense for a place like this. I'm telling you, man, if you gave Eagle McMahon Forever of Spaces, he's just going to decimate you, you know?
Yeah.
Give Simon Lizotte Forever of Space, he's going to destroy you. Cole Redall, you give this kid a wide open golf course, you're never going to catch him. You know, this totally levels the playing field and makes these guys shape shots accurately.
And there's a live look down from our Flight Factory drone and some surprising results here for McMahon.
Yeah, this is his worst showing in Portland ever.
Tied
Currently.
for, was it 79th?
That's a big number.
79th is the accurate number. He is 2 over, tied with Triple G Greg Barsby.
And Oyvind Jarnes of Norway. Levi Hancock, Clay Edwards, Thomas Tomaselli, Matt Bell, Jan and Burr way back there in 70th place. 1 over par. Did not expect to see that.
Nate Sexton finished today 1
Yeah,
over.
okay, you might be able to go, okay, you know, it's not his type of course.
Yeah. Withers as well.
Yeah, Emerson Keith back there in 60th place. Bunch of names, man. Albert Tom had a rough day. Top 50, 1 under par. Big Germ having a struggle out there on the roller coaster.
1 down.
Yep.
Mekala, Justin Billadu.
They're not out of it yet.
No.
They're going to have to wake up in a big way tomorrow. They get to run it back again here on the West, round 2. If you struggle today, redemption. If you played well, you're going to try to match or exceed.
Simon throwing 3 after the OB drive.
Full send from Simon Lizotte. This cannot roll to the right, and it does. And that is not going to hustle back in bounds. So 2 mistakes here on the final hole for Lizotte. Missed mandatory and grip lock and went OB here on 18. He'll be throwing 5, trying to get up and down to salvage bogey. We will not see Simon Lizotte on a lead card or a chase card tomorrow.
I think he'll be on the chase card with a bogey. The bottom of the chase card.
He's got to hang on to that. No more mistakes here for Simon if he wants to stay on those top 2 cards.
That will tie him with Fry and Conrad at 6 down with a bogey. I'm sure
He's
has
got the
PDGA
lower
breaker.
number, 4-digit number being a European.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's got 8,000 and change. Carlson is 3rd.
Linus just trying to salvage his bogey here at 18. Stop the hemorrhaging. Been a rough day.
And if your kid's going to be a disc golf pro, sign them up for the PGA right when they're born.
Smart.
You
Yeah,
know?
it's getting ridiculous now.
It is. Are we way over 200,000, right?
Yeah, I think we're closing in on the 300,000 number. I think
That's-
we're getting there.
Man.
'Cause I've been seeing some 270-something thousand numbers. So.
Jeez.
Yep.
My 9-year-old is under 100,000.
Nice.
Yeah, I got
You
him.
did
in
the
there.
right thing.
Yep. Heimburg throwing 3. Honestly, he might have been lucky to have this be as low as it was out of his hand.
I'm sure he would have liked another 100 feet, get past this mandatory. That really opens things up. You can tell from this view that ceiling is super low. He's only going to progress so much. Obviously, you got that OB. The hole really starts to constrict beyond this point. Catching some more limb, but getting through. And he's going to be out there in the fairway, maybe deep circle 2. Calvin Heimburg.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Beautiful
Heimburg was
Thursday afternoon here in Portland, Oregon. Thank you guys for joining us this afternoon for the first round here of the Portland Open.
That was 480 to the pin for Calvin, too.
Yeah, he didn't have the airspace to get it there.
Yeah. Radalin, 420 to the pin.
Opportunity here for Radalin to get up and down for birdie. One of the few that we've seen get past that second set of Mandos and 2. Shaping up pretty nicely from my view. There you go.
That worked out pretty nicely. And he's
Bounce it off the base and tap in for birdie coming up for Cole.
got an update for Calvin. He's a $130 out still.
Oof.
Yeah, that looked a lot closer than it
It
was.
certainly did. Take a little rewind to that Cole Radalin approach into the green. Swinging that overstable putter looks like. Couldn't imagine he needs much more than that.
Nah.
Tapping the base and inside circle 1.
It definitely helped out. Slowed him down nicely.
Keeps him in the conversation, just a few strokes off the pace as well. You never know, and Cole might pop off a double-digit round and make a charge.
It's in there, that's for sure.
It's definitely in there.
Carlson from 220.
Linus swings his putter just off the bullseye marker. Little tap in there to close out his round. Looking like he's sitting around 3 under on the day.
Carlson?
Yep.
4 over.
4 over, excuse me. Yep. Taking a look at our green here at 18 from up above. That little cart path turnout hasn't caused anybody any issues today. It might tomorrow. We'll see. I took a good look at this hole yesterday walking around. I took a good look at both courses, and this one definitely, I'd say, the more scoreable of the two. There's some tricky shots over on the east side.
Simon for par. Sorry, excuse me.
No worries. Dang. Wow. Close.
Does clean up bogey at least, so he'll be lurking on that chase card, bottom of.
True story. Self-inflicted today for Simon.
Heimburg, I put this closer than $130. That was just outside circle 2.
Good line. That really started to shape up for Calvin nicely today.
Did. It'll be a par drop in for Calvin. He'll sneak out of here with a 5 down, just 3 off the lead. Not a bad day 1 after a slow start.
After the start, no.
Yeah.
Calvin did well to get himself back into the mix here.
Carlson off the course with a par.
Oh no, that just chained out. He's going to be +5 now.
Oh.
Rough day for the Swede.
Redallen for the birdie finish.
Lone birdie at that. Well, we made it, Ian. Day 1 in the books out here, Portland Open. Lots of things happening.
Now, I'm going to welcome you back into the booth at Glendoveer. Biggest takeaway on the day, my man.
Well, it's nobody's game, and that's always a fun thing. Things are going to be interesting all the way through, I believe, this weekend. Bunch of guys right there in the mix. You know, it's going to be a fun battle all the way to the end. I'm just looking forward to see who's going to walk away with the trophy this year. Will Simon Lizotte wake up and come back to life and get back in the mix, or will it be a new name? Eagle's out of it for the moment, huh? He's way out of it.
It's going to take a Herculean effort.
No doubt. He's going to have to go triple double digits to get back into it, man.
Yeah.
At least big double digits at that.
Yeah.
Oof.
We're going to take one more break on the network when we come back. The OTB After Show as well as the OTB Shot of the Day. What's going to be? We'll find out. Catch you there.
Yes, it's an escape. And yes, it is lucid plastic. It is ice lucid plastic. And it's Orbit all at the same time. Get yours June the 15th or at Emporia during the Dynamic Disc Open.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
Welcome back in, and we have tied the record for the most players, tied at the top after round 1.
Pretty awesome stuff, man. The level continues to rise here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour on DGN. Never a dull moment, man, and today was not a boring day at all, man. So much excitement, so many scores flipping all over the place. It looked like for a moment there the defending champion was going to come out here and smack the course in the mouth once again and have a couple of stroke lead going into Friday's round, and gets close to the finish line and stumbles his way home, unfortunately, for Simon Lizotte. And here we are back in the booth from Portland. He and Anderson Philo Brathwaite. What a day.
It was pretty incredible.
It was fun, man.
Yeah, I really like this. There, check out our leaderboard there. Gossage.
Yeah, man, you got some
Robinson,
long slingers out there,
Hammonds.
man. Gossage, Ellis, Robinson, Hammis, Carter Aarons. Those are some big names. Obviously, Lizotte, Chandler Fry, James Conrad in the mix, you know, Austin Hannum. These guys all can throw. James Proctor, another one of those guys who can move the disc a long way. All of them solid on the putting green. There's nothing decided here after round 1. There really never is. It's been a while since I can remember having a wire-to-wire win. We've had all these dudes coming back from chase cards recently.
Yeah.
What was it, 3-4 weeks in a row? We had some chase card winners sneaking up, taking it down. Yeah, there's nothing settled out here this afternoon. You know, we got a long ways to go. 3 full rounds of competition to go on two complete, I wouldn't say completely different styles, but 2 different styles of courses on the same piece of property.
Okay.
I believe East is going to cause even more problems than we saw here on the West, in my opinion. It just looks like it has more teeth to me.
Okay, we'll get our first look at that on Saturday.
On Saturday.
Yep, so we're
coming
doing-
back here tomorrow, Friday, round 2. I expect to see some adjustments made. I do believe there's more than an 8 under out here on this track. I think an 11 or 12 would probably be like a very solid, clean round without any mistakes. Yeah, you're going to want to probably leave a couple holes alone out here if you miss. So I'd say probably a 12 would be a really strong number for a Friday round.
It was right there for Simon.
It was. He had it right there in the palm of his hands, and somehow he just made a couple of bad decisions, got a little loose on 13, and then 17, and then 18. It's just like, oh, man, just the mistakes on some holes that you'd really like to see him jump on, you know, and going to have some more digging out to do for your defending champion coming down, you know, the rest of this tournament.
True story, man. It's kind of interesting. It's not just enough to be great anymore. You need to play great as well. You know, everyone's at that kind of that same level now.
It seems like it.
You
I mean,
know?
the playing field, I think we're finally starting to find a
Yeah.
balance of course structure to the talent pool.
I like that thought.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Because there was a while where it was just like you show up to some of these tournaments and you're like, all right, 2/3 of this field doesn't have a chance because they don't have the length.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're just out there trying to survive, and hopefully they stick somewhere in the top 20, top 30. But when you got a course like this where, yeah, you've got that one hole, that 630-foot par 3 down the hill. Okay, we had 8 birdies, so all right, you're talking a small portion of the field having a opportunity there to score. But, I mean, the majority of the people are making threes, right? And there's like that's 1 out of 18 holes. All the rest of them, I feel like they were pretty fair over here on the West. And if you can put the disc inside circle 1, circle 2, you got an opportunity. And that's really all you can hope for on any golf course. You know, opportunities to score. And I think at this track, especially here on the West, pretty fair all around.
It was, yeah. We didn't see anything super fluky out there.
No.
Some fantastic course design by our man Jeff Spring. It is time, Philo.
OTB?
OTB it.
What you got? We have 2 guesses,
We had 2
right?
guesses.
We were on the break. We were like,
Yeah.
what's it going to be? I
Yeah.
think either 7 or the Eagle at 4.
Both by Simon.
Both by Simon. That shot on hole 4 was superb.
Yeah.
Incredible to have a drop in.
The drop in eagle. Let's see if we were right.
Oh, yeah, baby. Hole 4, Simon Lizotte. Really got his round going with this tap-in eagle at 4. Got the ground play action. Incredible shot. Just exquisite touch with
Get to
distance.
sit on that sloped green, the water lurking, the OB green lurking.
He could have easily been going to the drop zone and throwing 3 from there, and you just never know what might happen from the drop zone. Just takes a lot of courage to pull out that disc and go after this green, especially going for the basket.
Yes.
You saw what Corradolin did. He followed that up, and he was like, I'm not even goofing around with the bucket. I'm going to throw it 35 deep because I can and take all the stress out. Simon Lizotte, beautiful throw.
And one of just 2 eagles on the day. If you'd like to hear from Simon Lizotte, stay tuned for Tournament Central. We'll be catching Simon there. That'll happen just after the show concludes. And let's show you our show times for tomorrow. The women will be kicking it off. I believe 9:30. We'll have Tournament Central starting at 9. And the men at 2:30 and 3 respectively. Philo, it was a great day.
It was. Bring it on back tomorrow, everybody. That was a lot of fun. Expect more fun tomorrow.
I'll catch you tomorrow. Major champion Philo Brathwaite.
How about them apples?
Love it, buddy.
Thanks for all the love and support, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome into Tournament Central. Round 1 of the MPO division of the 2023 Portland Open is complete. Simon Lizotte on the feature card came into the clubhouse and gave us a piece of his mind. Let's hear what he had to say. Let's talk Simon Lizotte.
We will. He sounded a little perturbed there. No, Simon Lizotte, we saw him get off to this great start here today, and then he ran into a speed bump. Ultimately, closed out a little bit rough, but we're still going to see him on the chase card tomorrow.
You know what's funny? He told us he was going to throw air shots this week. He lied, Terry. I counted, just looking at his round from a different angle than you were when you followed, I counted about 5 rollers that kind of came at an ill-advised time where I think if he stuck to the game plan and threw the air shot, he might have been a little happier. But up until the last few holes, I think he was still shooting a solid round with that.
Yeah, he really was. And I think the one that surprised me the most, maybe the uphill, is that hole 6,
yes,
perhaps. When he went with that was way off the mark. He found a way to get up and down and such. But it was kind of surprising. And maybe that was just his really aggressive play. I know that's what the booth was wondering is, was he trying to push a little bit harder off to a good start, trying to push maybe into a position for an eagle? And then that went way off mark. He's lucky that it stayed in bounds. But, yeah, interesting to hear him talk about the air shot versus roller ratio in the presser and then show up and do something a little different today.
You have to wonder if it's just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He steps up, he feels the wind, he goes, you know what, the room for error is not that bad. Again, like we talked about this morning, I think the big deal is how big these second shots are in the fairway. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay for him to throw these rollers. I think he just threw a couple of errant shots that cost him some strokes, and he's still not too far off the lead.
No, and the fact that we do have a little bit of room out here to work with. I know they tried to constrict our players somewhat with a multitude of Mandos that are out here just to kind of keep them somewhat in check, but there's still plenty of room. And when you watch him throw shots like this, like we did, to set himself up for one of only 2 eagles on the round, that was very impressive.
Well, the way he played the course was for the most part how you're supposed to play it. Obviously, he's now a few strokes out of the lead after a terrible, I mean, I guess we could say a terrible final hole to his standards. But the course played tough. And you had noticed a few things out there on the course, especially the grass. Normally when we played a golf course, the grass is kind of skippy and short, but really not the case out here.
Yeah, we heard a few people talk about that during the press conference. Simon mentioned it, Calvin mentioned it, but knowing what's at every single green is so crucial out here. And when you're talking about 36 holes throughout the weekend, that's a little bit of math, or maybe they're going to have to actually check their caddy guide. Maybe they made notes out here and said, hey, this grass is a little bit longer. I'm not going to get a skip on this green. Or they may have some pine needles to deal with. We find that just on a couple of the holes out here. So always keeping that in mind. I was kind of interested to see that there was a few drives, I think it was particularly hole 3, where they got to the basket, but there was actually no skip that brought them all the way in. So they were left with longer putts because that grass was just so grabby out there.
Yeah, you watch here Ricky Wysocki trying to play that low ceiling on the par 3, and he got a little something, but you're not getting that left push that you're wanting on a course like this. It seems like the players are trying to play the ground like they're out in Emporia, trying to get those massive 7,500-foot skips. And the hardest part about this course is the low ceilings to begin with. You see Linus Carlson here trying to throw something just dead. It kind of shoves it forward and just not getting the distance that you're hoping for.
And that was literally the drive that really opened my eyes to this, seeing that it wasn't going to skip forward for him. And we saw a couple of those on the card. So those are things they're going to have to keep in mind. They're going to have to know it for not only tomorrow's round, they'll come out here and get another shot at it, but then they're going to have to switch gears when they go to the East course for rounds 3 and 4.
That's true. And they're going to have another round to take a crack at this West course and make some adjustments. I think the rounds that we saw come in, 8 under par, that makes sense to me. With that said, we're going to go to a commercial break. On the other side, more reactions. We'll see you soon.
Hey, I'm Johannes.
Hey, I'm Jonathan.
And today we're going to talk about how to aim.
We have some problems with the distance, the timing, and pretty much everything. This is kind of the ground or the beginning of the throw.
Here we go. So we're going to throw some forehands.
Oh yeah. Then you just stroke the board and then you push it in the basket.
You should never, ever throw your max on a golf course.
What?
Should have brought some snacks.
I got you.
Ah!
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh. Karen, do you know where hole 17 is?
I got you!
Is that a compass? Karen, why do you have this?
Ethan, just help me. We gotta get this set up.
Okay.
It's getting dark.
Welcome back. Another player from this feature card that we got to watch all day, Calvin Heimburg, 5 under par. Probably not great to his standards. It didn't look like a stellar Calvin Heimburg round from the 2023 season.
No, it was really slow. He eventually put it together near the back half of the round, but just overall, a relatively slow day for a Calvin Heimburg out there. He did claw himself into a 5 under, and I think really I go back to yesterday and talking to him at the press conference when he said, I asked about his consistency this year, and he said, well, it's proving that I don't give up. I haven't given up on any given event. That's why his average finish for the entire year has been 4th place through 10 events, but he said, I don't give up. And today, I think was a true testament to that. He stuck with it because things were very slow out of the gate.
They were, and The shot that sticks out to me that sums all that up is the absolute missile he threw on 17 with that eagle. He flipped it up, turned it, classic Calvin Heimburg line, got the late stability, put it right next to the basket. And that's one of the tougher par threes on the entire property. He had just watched Simon fail to punch through the tailwind and go short OB, and his round started to falter. Calvin stepped up and did what he was supposed to do, got the tough birdie. And I mean, to me, it's continuing to showcase that he is a champion, a true champion in this sport right now.
Well, and we'll see him at 5 under. That's just a few off of the pace because, as we said, the 8 under was the hot score on the day, so certainly puts him still very much in the conversation. He didn't have a great opening round, but it's going to be just fine.
Phenomenal day of disc golf here for the MPO division. We're going to take a quick commercial break and just do a quick recap of Kristen Tatar's morning. She is in the lead by 1.
This is Latitude64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player, for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines an NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back. This morning, Kristen Tatar shot a 5 under par round. It puts her up by 1 on the rest of the field. It was a decent day for Kristen. She played solid in some points, average in others. What did you see from her this morning?
Well, I saw why she's a world champion. We saw her off to a great start. She birdies 1 and 2, and you're thinking, oh, wow, what kind of day is it going to be? Kristen Tatar returns from Estonia, and now she's just going to shred the course. Then she ran into a few hiccups, but as a champion would do, she fought herself all the way through it, and then still comes out on top at the end. And there's something to be said about a player that can go out and have what might feel like a mediocre day to them and still be in contention, or in her case, in the lead. It just tells you where her game is at overall.
She truly is one of those players that has zero weaknesses. I wouldn't say she's the longest thrower. I wouldn't say she's the most accurate. She is clutch. She is a great putter. She is a great thrower on both sides of the disc, and she proved that today. With that said, the West course played kind of interesting for the FPO division. There was a lot of chatter amongst some of the players I was walking amongst today saying it was really tough to score out there. What did you notice?
Well, what I was thinking about is that there are 3 par 5s in the last 1/3 of this course. In the last 6 holes, you have 3 par 5s. But when you looked at Kristen Tatar's scorecard a moment ago, you saw that that's where she did plenty of her scoring. Now, she had the hiccup on 18 to close out. She just turned over a forehand approach shot. I feel like she could make that correction very easily tomorrow. But where a lot of players were seeing that you have big distance holes to finish out the round, that's where Kristen excelled. She kind of just waded through the middle section of the round where she struggled, but then she picked it up on the last 1/3 and closed out really strong.
And that's what I saw too. The par 5s are where you can score no matter how far you're throwing the disc. I think that allows you to catch up and take some birdies. A lot of these par 3s are not that long either. You just have to hit a good gap with good shape. And I think players tomorrow are going to go home after the round today make some adjustments mentally, maybe decision-making or disc-wise. I know Paige has already been talking with Nate Perkins about that on a couple holes. And we'll see some better scores, I guarantee you, unless obviously the wind picks up like crazy. With that said, jumping back to the MPO lead card going into tomorrow, someone that I'm actually not surprised to see up there towards the top, Aaron Gossage, who seems to shred any traditional golf course that he gets put on. What do you think about Gossage's game?
Well, I feel like every single weekend now we're talking about him. I mean, obviously we saw what he did in the World Championships, but since then we see him coming out weekend after weekend, and he's always in that conversation. Now, he hasn't taken down any big events as of lately. I think that's just a matter of time. But when you're seeing him carve up the fairways or even use the expansive fairways that we have out here on these golf courses, like you were saying, we saw him kind of break into the scene at the OTB a few years ago. So you know he's comfortable in that setting, and then coming out here, really no surprise to see him perform well.
What I love about him is he looks like he's just a classic hyzer forehand, hyzer backhand player. I followed him during a practice round this week. He was playing with Drew Gibson, and Drew actually complimented him. He said, you know, I love the way you do your course prep. Aaron is really looking to see if he can, quote-unquote, break any of the holes rather than just try to play it the way the course designer designed it for him. I'm seeing Aaron throw a lot of really creative rollers out here. I'm seeing him throw a lot of really cool technical sidearms and backhands off the tee as well. He's really impressing me with his hyzer backhand and the way he's flexing his backhand as well. He's showing off that he's a very versatile skill set. So I'm excited to see him play tomorrow, and I'm hoping he can keep it together for 4 rounds. OTB, I think there are a lot of people rooting for him coming down that final stretch.
Well, and what I think is interesting when you say that he's trying to break the course, he's not doing it in a show-off kind of way. He's not trying to do it to put on a show for the crowd. He's just trying to get creative and then lean into his greatest skill sets. And I think that's absolutely incredible to see. We'll see how that approach plays out throughout the rest of the weekend. And I think it was just after his round today we caught up with him. So let's hear from him now.
So getting some birdies early just lets you get a good rhythm going.
Yeah, just thoughts overall on the round, on the course, and how you attacked it.
I had a really solid round. I was really trying to give myself plenty of opportunities, try to stay away from OB, not take any bogeys. That was kind of the key to my success. And then overall, I've had mixed feelings about the course, but the more I play it, the more I'm starting to enjoy it.
You know, what is it about that back nine that where things get difficult?
There are definitely 2 par 4s on the back that are like closer to par 5s, so you just kind of have to play them like, if I throw a perfect shot, I can attack, play for birdie, but if not, you got to have the mindset of I'm going to lay up, going to take my 4, call it.
You know, game just stat-wise looks just like a pretty solid day at the office. You know, got the rare chance to just turn around and play this course again tomorrow. Did you learn anything about how you may attack it differently?
For the most part, I made a couple mistakes, but other than that, I was executing my shots really well. Had a pretty solid game plan, but I'll just make some small differences probably for tomorrow.
You know, 4-round event, how big is just pace at this level, or is it, you know, pedal to the metal the whole time?
Yeah, you really got to like play your own game. You can't, fall behind a little bit and start trying to push. You gotta just play your own game, stay focused, and then not let anything throw you off too much.
You know, how you just feeling overall? It's a busy time of the year where I get the midway point. It's been pretty nonstop.
Yeah, I took last week off, so let my elbow rest up just a little bit, so I'm feeling really good this week.
Awesome. Well, that's Aaron Gossage off to an 8-under start, tied for first here in Portland.
Awesome. Thank you.
You love to hear it from Aaron. I can't wait to see him play. I love watching the confidence grow within him. Ever since that phenomenal showing at Worlds last year, you saw him cement himself as a household name and cement himself as an elite player and not just somebody who was a flash in the pan. Another player joining them on the lead card tomorrow, Isaac Robinson. We've seen him all throughout the past couple of years. He's had kind of an up and down season despite the major championship at Champions Cup. He did really well here last year. This was the tournament he came out to and played fantastic at right after he graduated college. Talk about his round today.
Well, I was just thinking in comparing that him and what we just saw in Aaron Gossage. They both shot 8 under. Their front nines were almost copy-pasted. Like, they looked identical. Look, I believe they both started with 4 birdies, and they both birdied hole number 7. So nearly identical, which is interesting because their skill sets are so different, right? When you're looking at Aaron's forehands versus Isaac almost exclusively backhand. So the fact that their front nines are identical, where they differed was on the back nine. They had almost a completely opposite back nine. So maybe that's nothing more than a coincidence, but seeing that they both arrived at 8 under in very different ways, all happening on the back nine, just jumped out at me as a little bit interesting.
Yeah, what jumped out to me is 79% Circle 1 putting. Normally Isaac is pretty automatic from that range, but Circle 1 actually this year has been a little shaky for him. His Circle 2 is obviously one of the best in the world, maybe the best we've ever seen, but he misses a couple per round, it seems like, every now and then, and I think if he just cleans that up, a 10 under par is phenomenal, and I think back nine scoring is going to be extremely important.
Yeah, we might have to dig into it a little bit more. I'm thinking about that C2. Was he 50% because he hit 5 out of 10?
Yeah.
I mean, clearly he was still out there getting it done. You're right. 79%. Let's be real. 79% is not going to cut it when you're talking about the elite level MPO field out here. So he's getting it done in other ways. Either way, he's still shoots the 8 under. He's one of 4 or 5 people that shot 8 under. So we'll be excited to see what he can do tomorrow.
We heard from him after his round as well. Let's take a listen.
All right, check in with Isaac Robinson. Isaac, 8 under par, T1 after one round here in Portland. How you feeling overall?
Feeling pretty good. My drives were on point today. Was putting them where I wanted. I missed a couple short putts. I think 2 for birdie and 1 for par. So really want those back. But other than that, felt like I played solid.
You know, a new course. Where's the challenging stretch?
Oh man, I think the entire back nine, just with how long it is. You really want to get the birdies on the front and then just kind of hang on for the ride once you hit the back nine.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the ride. You made a post the other day that this Portland is a pretty special place, I guess, or it kicked off what was a wild year. So can you just kind of expand on, coming back here and being on this property?
Yeah, this was where I made my tour debut last year, and it's a special place in my heart. It's the first tour event I played last year, and I placed 3rd, and I want to do even better this year. So that's kind of my goal moving forward, is take this thing down.
Nice. All right, get one more chance at the west side. What's different about turning around and playing the same course twice instead of going somewhere else and having to come back?
Yeah, I think the most challenging thing is putting the shots you threw yesterday kind of out of your head and kind of stop comparing your score to the day before. That's something that I struggle with and that I'm going to be just not thinking about tomorrow.
Anything, did you see anything in the competition round that you may have missed in practice that you're going to adjust for tomorrow?
Yeah, a couple different aiming points, places to land. Somebody, Dustin and Scott Withers were playing with me today, so they kind of told me wanted to land, and so I, kind of listened to them a little bit.
Yeah, some local knowledge there.
Exactly.
All right, that's Isaac Robinson off to a solid start here in Portland.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Well, it was a great day of disc golf here at Glendoveer Golf and Tennis Club, and we have to wrap it up and do it all again tomorrow, Terry. For Tournament Central, I'm Brian Earhart. He's Terry Miller. We're going to see you bright and early for the FPO division. Get some sleep, Terry.
Let's do it.